Wanted to chat.
Hello.
Hello, everybody.
Hello.
Richie and I were having a personal chat, so we are late, and I am sorry. But we're ready to read and hang out and
We
be
are.
productive now.
Yes. I will tell you, I was gonna read Mary for the book club, but then I finished it, so I'm done with that. So I'm not gonna read that. And spoiler alert, slightly, I loved it. So I'm very excited to talk about
Oh,
it with you. I loved it.
I'm excited too. Yeah, I think I'm gonna read that today. I'm in the middle of like
Yeah.
10 books. You know how it is. That's always the way it is.
Okay, I
But
literally have a stack of books, and I was just gonna make you pick which one I read.
okay, I'm cool with that. Yeah, I want to
Okay,
see the,
we love
the
that.
options.
Okay. So I have Just by Looking at Him by Ryan O'Connell.
Ooh,
It's like a lit fic that's about a gay man who's living with cerebral palsy,
cool.
and it's he like falls in love with like a sex worker, which seemed pretty cool.
Wow,
I
very cool.
have a nonfiction one. It's called The Female Gaze. It's about like the history of like women directors in like film. And then I have this smut book called called The Claiming of Sleeping Beauty. And
Oh,
my friend Tay lent this to me, and it's by Anne Rice.
what?
And she was like writing under a pen name A.N. Roclair, it looks like. But then people
Hmm,
found out that it is Anne Rice, and so I'm very intrigued by this too.
I
Um,
like that.
yeah. So we got those.
Hmm.
And I figured I'd let you pick because I've started this one. I haven't started these two, but
I'm really curious about the Anne Rice smut book,
that's kind of what I thought you'd say.
but I also don't know what kind of a mood you're in because those are very different
Listen,
vibes. So,
I'm in the mood to figure it out because I also like because I haven't started the other one, I don't know what any of the vibes are, and so I'm just gonna kind of dig in. Ooh, this is pretty.
ooh, I like
You
that.
like
That's
that?
nice.
An
That's spicy.
erotic novel of tenderness and cruelty for the enjoyment of men and women.
Oh, oh,
I'm
damn,
so
she's trying to
excited.
be spicy about that. I'm
Truly.
picking up what she's putting down. I like it.
I wanted to ask you also at some point, and now feels as good a time as any because now people can put in the comments.
Mhm.
I was like, I'm gonna buy 5 new books. I'm gonna do that. Because what I found is my beloved bookshelves have a lot of nonfiction on them, and
Mm.
that's cool. But I'm not like in a nonfiction mood, so I kind of don't want to read anything that I own right now. And I was like, I'm just gonna buy some books. And then I got online and I was like, I don't really know that I have anything that I want to buy right now. Like I'm not up on the scene. I've been
Yeah.
slacking. It's been a movie watching kind of year for me, not a book reading kind of year. So I was
Hmm.
like, so what do you I want your take about what I should
I would
buy.
say, I would say,
Mayfly is on the list also.
I was gonna say, you knew what I was gonna say. I was gonna say Mayfly because I want you to read that book and then let me know what you think because that book made me cry and made me feel some kind of way, and I was not ready for that.
Okay.
So the ending like
I'm
took me
into that.
out a little bit. I thought I was chilling, and then I wasn't. Sam says hell yeah to
It's Cecilia
Mayfly.
Mayfly.
Sam
Yeah,
read it
no,
too.
that's on there.
That one's a banger.
Um,
And that author has a new book coming out in November called
okay,
American Rapture, and that might be one
okay,
to put on your list.
okay,
Well, I guess
okay.
this is spoiler for future book club because that is going to be the book club pick for November. Um, because it's like a apocalyptic story,
Mm-hmm.
and it also has to do with like religion and stuff.
Oh,
And
you know I love.
I
Oh
think
yeah,
it's
I think we
going to
talked
be really
about
good.
this because I said it reminded me a little bit of How Follows With Us.
Yes, I think
Yeah.
so. But they
Okay.
just dropped the cover, and the cover is really cool too. It just came out. I think they just dropped it like a couple weeks ago, and it looks dope. So
Said American Rapture.
yes,
It's a CJ
Sam.
Leeds, right? Forced my
Yes,
coworker to read Mayfly after she hated the end.
I love it. I love it.
Oh, this
Editing
is a
night, Sam.
sick cover.
Isn't that cover sick?
This is rad.
Yes. Yes, I saw that and I was like, done and done. Absolutely 100%.
Okay, yeah, no, I'm
So
down.
that's a banger to look out for.
Hmm.
Also, do you
Okay.
remember that Shakespeare? related book by ML Rio. Remember
Yes.
that
If
one?
We Were Villains,
If
one
We
of my
Were
favorite
Villains.
books. Yes.
Yes. So ML Rio has a new novella coming out in the next few months. It's also in like fall. I want to say it's like October, end of October time. And I think it's supposed to have some like mushroom fungi horror in it. And the cover for that's also really dope.
Okay.
So it's a short
Graveyard
novella, but
Shift.
I think it sounds good. I
This
don't remember what it's
looks
called.
so sick. Graveyard Shift.
Yes, something about grave. Yeah.
This looks so. If I had to draw a cover that looked like you would read it, I would just draw this. This is so up your
Yes.
alley.
Yes. Yes.
Ah,
Sam. ML Rio.
man,
Ooh, and hopefully a new novel next year. Love it.
we'd
So
love to see that. Also, good luck
there you
with
go.
editing, Sam.
Yes.
Man, yeah, because I don't know. I've been doing this thing with books and with movies where I'm trying to like knock out like classics. And so I've been getting a little like pretentious with it, which I don't mind and I'm having fun. But then I was like, I kind of just want to like have fun and relax. And I like don't
Yeah.
know what's going on in those scenes right now because I haven't been looking into them for so long. So, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, we've been out of the game because, we used to be selling books and we were in the know. And now I'm like, what is happening? I'm like going down rabbit holes looking at like new
Honestly.
book release lists and shit because I'm like, what is happening? What is going on? I feel like a lot of people this year have been in like a reading slump kind of rut.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to figure out what's new and what's popping and
The last
all
two
that.
books I've read, I really liked, and they weren't something I necessarily would have like picked for myself because I read Song for the Wild Built because that bookseller recommended
Oh,
it to me, and then I read Mary, and I really liked both of those. So I was like, okay, maybe I need to
cool.
stop deciding my own books and just let other people pick for me.
Yeah. Well, then, if you liked Mary,
Mhm.
Nat Cassidy, that author, has a newer book, Nestlings. I
Nestlings.
think
Okay.
it came out last year. I think it was the 2023, but he also
Okay.
has another one that just got announced. I'm not sure if it's coming out end of 2024 or early 2025. I don't know what it's
Okay.
called, but there's two more.
Cool off. I
So
love
you
that.
could look at Nestlings and then you could look at the other one. But I think Nestlings is about this couple who moves into this creepy, like high-rise apartment building because they win it in like a lottery thing,
Oh,
but they
sick.
just
Okay.
had a baby and the mom got like paralyzed during childbirth and so she's in a wheelchair and she's
Whoa.
like really sketched out by this building because it's not like wheelchair friendly and her husband's like no like let's just move in it's going to be great
Hmm.
and then really weird creepy shit starts happening. So I think it's like a haunted apartment,
We
new
love that.
baby vibe. And the baby
Okay.
starts like acting weird. I don't know. It sounds creepy as hell. I've been
Yeah.
nervous to read it because the cover scares me.
This vlog ends when I get a 5-star note.
Ooh,
What it is. See, that's what I'm saying. Like, I
good.
don't know what is going on this year, but like everybody I know is just kind of like, yeah, I've been like trying to read. The only person I
Hmm.
know who's reading regularly is my boss, and that's because she just started the ACOTAR series, so she has plenty of stuff to get through.
Yeah, for sure.
And
I've
I don't
been
know.
thinking this is a cool video idea, the vlog where it ends when you get a 5 star, but I think it would take me so long to finish it that I would get so angry. So I'm proud of you, Sam, for taking that on because I don't know if I could. Hello,
Hello. Nestling is good.
Nestling.
Okay,
Yes,
I just watched Rosemary's Baby for the first time like last month, so maybe that's the move.
I think you would like it. It
Okay.
the cover looks like something that you would like, and if you liked Mary, I think you'd
Throne of
like it.
Glass. Enjoying it, but I've
Nice.
been reading for 2 weeks now. Okay. Okay.
That's a mood.
So it's a little slow go. Okay. Work. Throne of
I
Glass.
read the first book in that series and the like short story collection, Assassin's Blade, and I really liked
Mhm.
them, but I read them so long ago that I'm scared to go back to it because I
I
feel
feel
like
that.
I'm gonna hate it because now I'm older. So
I did I got my ex-girlfriend bought me this book. It's called A Luminous
ooh,
Republic. And I'm actually really excited for it because the quote on the back says it could be read as a Lord of the Flies seen from the other side, but that would rob Barba of the profound originality of his world. And it's about this social worker who like the town that he lives in has been like overrun by these like feral kids who like speak their own language and
what?
have started like being like super violent and they're like
Cool.
recruiting kids from the town to like join them. And so it's a bunch of adults who are like going on a hunt like through the woods to find these kids so they can stop them from like killing people in town. So I think
Cool.
that might be something.
That sounds really
But
good.
yeah. Yeah. I don't know.
I like it. Yes. I feel like I've been hibernating since December, to be
Hmm.
frank. I feel like I just came out of hibernation like a week ago, and I'm like, I'm in the middle of 10 books. I'm in the middle of planning my wedding. I don't know what the fuck's going on. I'm ready to move across the country, but I'm good. Yes,
Yeah.
I agree. Those big series are such a commitment too.
Yeah.
Because you want to binge it so you don't forget everything. And you're like, who? The who and the what? There's so many characters. That's just me though. Children and
Children
horror
horror
very
is
big.
so
I agree.
scary, and I love it. I've been reading Pet Cemetery for the first time, and that's
Ooh,
really fun. Love a spooky kid. Yeah.
I
I don't know.
agree. Also, I just thought of another book I think you would like.
Okay.
Fantastic Land is what it's called. It's a backlist horror. I don't remember the guy's name, but it's written by a dude, which normally I'm sometimes like, ooh, do I want to read that? But I've heard so many good things. And it's
Okay.
about these people who get stuck in an amusement park during like some kind of freak storm or whatever. So they take
Okay.
refuge in this. It's kind of like Disneyland esque, I guess. But then things get really fucking weird, and the people, I think some of them are like teenagers, they almost form like groups
Hmm.
inside of this amusement park and they start killing each other. And so after like a couple of weeks or something, the cops are finally able to get in there after the storm and they're like, what the fuck's going on? There's like heads on stakes and shit. And it's just
Shit.
really
Okay.
wild. And it like, I don't
Cool.
know. It sounds nasty and fun, but I
Yeah.
like the idea of the creepy amusement park with all these people just going like totally feral. But that
Yeah.
also
Yeah.
kind of reminds me of Lord of the Flies a little bit.
Yeah. 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 Okay.
So
Work.
that could be something. That could be something.
Could be something.
You
I
got out.
There's always options. I also will say, and I want to talk with you more about this in the book club, so I'm not going to say too much. I was about 380 pages deep in Mary when I realized that it was written by a man,
Yeah.
and I was like, "What? What?"
Yes.
So go off. Good for him. I have so many quotes written down where I was like, "This is like exactly like womanhood." He like describes it to a T. And I was gonna say, I was like, "This woman like gets it," and then I found out it was a man, and I was like,
Yes.
"How?
That was
Who were you
that was one
talking
of the
to?"
reasons. Yeah, that's one of the reasons I was interested in it too, because I've heard so many good things about Nat Cassidy and
Mhm.
his writing, even when
Yeah.
he's writing from a female POV, because normally we all know that's like very hit or miss. Sometimes it's
Yeah,
good and
men
sometimes
writing
you're like,
women is
"What?"
not historically
Not
the most promising genre.
exactly, exactly.
Yeah,
But yeah, so I don't know, and
yeah. I think he ate.
I thought I saw something, I don't know if it was like at the beginning of Mary or where it was in there, but he kind of
Mhm.
talks about how he talked to his mom when he was writing it and then she passed away.
Yeah,
I think
the
so.
foreword is him talking about his mom passing away, and then he's
Right.
like, "I have a lot more I want to say, but like I'll put it in an afterword because there are spoilers." And so the afterword, which he also subtitled, "What's this asshole doing writing a book about menopause?" which I loved. But that was him talking about like his sensitivity readers and stuff like that. And I was like, "Oh, okay, work."
I like that. I was like, "Okay, cool. Good. 1, please talk to your mom. 2, like props to you for actually doing a good job."
Yeah, 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 yeah. No, I was super super into it. But I will
I'm
save that
excited.
for the 5th.
Yes. I feel like Nat Cassidy is an author where I just want to read all of his stuff
Mhm.
because he's getting more prolific, I feel like, and he's getting to the point where he's putting out like a book a year.
Okay,
And so I think
I
he
can
could
rock
be
with that.
one where it's like, okay, this could be an author where I like look
Yeah, yeah,
forward
yeah.
to his book every year. So food for
Yeah,
thought.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Food for thought.
Book set in carnival
Yes.
settings. Fantastic Land is on my TBR. Reminds me of Hyde. Have you read The Getaway, Sam?
No.
Hang
What's
on, let
that?
me let me grab it. I think I have it somewhere. Okay, I haven't read it yet, but I got it. I got
Ooh,
it as an arc. And it's about like the workers at like a resort. And
cool.
it's a horror where like basically like the apocalypse is happening outside of the resort, and it's like all the workers realizing that like their intent being there is to like be the workers forever at this resort where like rich people are
Oh,
there to survive the apocalypse. And I've heard it's
cool.
really good. It's by Lamar Giles,
I
and the
need to
cover
look at
also is
that.
sick. Yeah,
That's awesome.
yeah, that was one I
What
found
was
just digging
the
through the art boxes.
what was the release date on that? Do you know?
Oh God,
Was that was that a 2023?
September 20th, 2022. So it's been
22.
out.
I've
But
never heard of
yeah,
that before. It looks so good.
I don't really know anything about it. Work. Okay. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, I haven't gotten to it
I
either,
like that.
but it seems cool.
That does seem really cool.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think. Do you also want like ideas for romance stuff?
Yes. Okay, yes.
Okay.
Cuz I love romance in theory. But I find that sometimes the miscommunication. I find this in rom-coms too. Rom-coms are one of my favorite like movie genre, and I love a lot of them. And then sometimes I'll watch one and be like, could y'all just talk to each other? This movie
Yeah.
would be 15 minutes long if you could talk to each other. And so I've been finding that more in the romance books I'm picking, and I'm like, I'm so like I don't want it. So what's a good romance? Hit me up.
Yes. The one I sent you by Juliet Cross. I
Yes.
just love Juliet Cross. I'm just down bad for her. That's all it is.
Can I tell you? I got 35 pages into that one, and then she said she was wearing a Raylos Forever shirt, and I was like, I'm just gonna put that boy away for a while. I'm not so I'll get back. I'll get back
Yes.
into it because I was liking it so far. It literally was just that line that I was like, yeah, today's not the day.
Yes. Yeah, the main girl in that one is very like that.
Felt very like and I don't mean like no shade, but like it just when it described her hair, and then it's like she was wearing a shirt that like was very funny. Um And like it said in the book that the shirt was funny, and I was like, interesting. And
Is
so I
it?
looked at the back of the book and I was like, and you look exactly like our protagonist. Okay, so I'm gonna call Julia Cross a therapy.
Mhm.
But I don't mind
Yeah,
that. That's fine. If you want to write about being a witch and dating your hot werewolf boyfriend, go
go
off. That
off.
doesn't mean that I'm gonna dislike it. It just did make me laugh when I realized it. I was like, all right. I see what you're
Yeah.
about.
I feel like I've been working my way through that series, and the first one for me is definitely like the weakest one. The
Okay.
second one I loved. I was
Okay.
obsessed with it.
Okay.
The second one's about a vampire. It's like the younger sister of the witch from the first one, but she's not
Oh, okay.
she's it's like a group of sisters.
Hmm.
So each book is a different sister, but the vampire guy in that one, his name is Devraj, and I'm obsessed with him.
Oh.
Obsessed with him. I literally was running around the house like, "Oh my god, he's so hot. He's so interesting." Peyton's like, "Can you shut up about this fictional werewolf or
I
vampire
want
man
to
for like 5
give a
minutes?" No, I cannot.
psychologist your list of fictional crushes and be like, "What is this?
What
What
does
does
this say
this
about me?
mean?"
Yeah, but I love that series. But she
Okay.
has a new book coming out because this series is older. And so she has a new one coming out that's like a fae one. And
Okay.
it's more of like a fantasy
Mhm.
romance
Okay.
kind of deal. So I think that's supposed to come out in September, like right before the wedding and your birthday. So
For the
that one
wedding
I
and my
think is going to be really
birthday.
good.
Okay.
I think
I can
it's going
rock
to be
with that.
cool.
I will read it. Yeah, I mean, talking about that slump, everything I've tried to pick up,
I know.
I've been so nitpicky too lately, and I'm like,
Yeah.
just read the book. Like, shut up. Like,
Yes. Also, one of the 10 books that I'm part of the way through is the sequel to All Chained Up, and it's so fucking good, and I'm so
it's
down bad, and it's pathetic.
it's and it's
I'm
reading the President's Daughter,
obsessed.
right?
Yes, it's Reading the President's Daughter. Oh my
Yes.
god.
Okay.
It's ah,
I love that.
it's so good. Although I will say, what the fuck happened with that one chapter in the first book that we were talking about, where it's just Reed's POV for no fucking
Yeah.
reason, and then they put the
Yeah.
exact same chapter as like chapter 4 in book 2, like we didn't already read that same exact chapter, like word for word. I was like, hello? That was out of pocket. I was like,
So the first three, like the
where's the
prison
editor?
riot?
Yes. Literally the
Oh.
exact same chapter word for word. I just skipped it because I was like, "Girl, I read this in book
Yeah.
1. I don't know what you're doing." But the context of that is so important that they had to
Yeah.
put it in book 2, where it should have
Yeah.
been in the first place.
Yeah, that's
Absurd.
so true.
Absurd.
Weird
That
to
was
not
ridiculous.
put the prison riot as the one chapter in
Yeah,
the
I was like
whatever.
it opens with the president's daughter.
Okay.
And
Okay.
then we get that random chapter we already saw from Reed, and then we can finally get to what the fuck this book is. So the
Mhm.
beginning, I was like, "What are you doing? Get it together, girlfriend."
I love
Listen, I
that.
mean, it came out in what, freaking 2012 or some shit, so we weren't
Yeah.
expecting them to have it together, but that was bad. But after that, the book is really good. The romance is really good. She gets,
Okay.
like, kidnapped by his weird brother.
Yeah.
It's a whole thing. They have some banter. She's, like, trying to run from him, and he's like, "That's super fucking funny because I'm literally, like, the head of a prison gang," but she doesn't know
Yeah.
that. So
Yeah.
she's, like, running away, and he's kinda, like, getting letting her get away so he can run after her because he's bored and a felon. I don't know, but I think it's hilarious. I should not be this invested in a prison romance series.
No, I love it.
I love it.
I
It's
called my
iconic.
mom and I told her about it, and I was like, "I think I have a book for you." And I was talking to her about it, and I was like, "I think you'll like it because it's one of those, like, the guy from, a side character from the first book gets his one in the second book." And my mom immediately was like Tessa's Child?" I was like, "Yes, mom." Yes, mom, like Tessa's Child. Tessa's Child is my mom's favorite book on this earth. She is
That
so
is
down
so
bad for
funny.
that book.
Oh my god. Yeah, so I'm, like, so down bad for this prison romance series. I love Reed as a character. He's really smart, actually.
Go
So,
off.
very entertaining. And
Okay.
also, I don't wanna be, like, a spoiler or whatever, but, like, I don't I don't really think he did the thing he went to jail for. So I think they gave
That's
him
tea.
life. I think they gave him life, but he didn't actually do it.
Whoa.
So,
Okay. Okay.
anyway, yeah.
So
So that's the tea. Also, the girl Grace at the beginning, you're kind of like, "What? This girl is, like, kind of a wuss." And then you realize, like, she's not really a wuss. She's just
Mhm.
been kinda, like, disassociating because her dad's the president, and they make her do a whole bunch of political shit she doesn't wanna do.
Work, okay.
So, then when she's, like, with the felon guys, she starts getting feisty, and I'm like, "Thank you. That's what we came to see."
Absolutely.
So, that shit's good. Anyway,
Go off.
yeah, so that's a banger. I'm into
I
that.
love
I
that.
shouldn't be, but I am into it.
You
There's
shouldn't
also
be. You
there's
should be,
this book
or you
coming
must.
out, I think it's by Sarah Rosh.
Okay.
She wrote a bunch of, like, YA fantasy books that would have come
Okay.
out around, like, 2012. But she has this new adult, romance release, and it's a male-male romance, and it's based on The Nightmare
Royal
Before
blue.
Christmas, and it sounds really cool. Yeah, I know, the
What?
dude's that. The cover is dope. Hold on. Let me
Wait,
find
Sarah
what it's
Rosh
called because 'cause I'm
Nightmare
stupid and can't remember
Before.
titles. Did you find
Oh,
it?
my Bluetooth is on. No, I just realized that my Bluetooth is on. The Nightmare
What's
Before
it called?
Christmas.
Yes, thank you. I like the cover. Would it be good? I don't know. But this is, like, her adult debut.
It kind of gives me
Oh,
Merry Little Meet Cute vibes a little bit,
yes.
but that could just be the fact that they're both Canva covers. I don't know. That's
Yes.
cute.
I don't
Okay.
know if it will be good, but I liked the idea of it.
Red, White, and Royal Blue meets Nightmare Before Christmas. Okay. I did read Red, White,
There's
and Royal Blue.
there might be something there. Are they just saying that because it's a male-male romance?
Probably. And also one of their princes, and one of them's a prince in Red, White, and Royal Blue.
I
Also, I have
suppose.
to say real fast, this is probably not the place to do it, but the Red, White, and Royal Blue movie changing the main antagonist of the book for seemingly no reason makes me so angry still. Like it makes me so and it came out and everybody was like, "I love this movie. It's great." And I was like, "It's not like I'm not even saying it's a bad movie, but like why did you change the main antagonist? Like it was like a political book. The spoiler for Red, White, and Royal Blue. It's been out forever. Sorry. The main antagonist of the book is like a white senator who like sexually preys on young men and is still like Republican and homophobic, and like the politics of that are kind of important. And then in the movie, they were like, it's actually just one of the boy's exes because he's mad that he moved on.
What?
So why did we do that? Why'd we do
I
that?
don't Maybe they did it because
No.
they didn't want to be political. They wanted to like circumvent
You don't
having
want to
to
be
be
political, pick a
political.
different book. There are plenty of
Yeah, no
male-male
kidding.
romances that are not explicitly political. Sure,
That's
they're not
true.
all popping on Book Talk, but there are plenty.
But yeah,
And a lot of
you
them are
can't just
popping on
pick
Book Talk.
that and
So,
then be like, I don't want to.
yeah, like,
Weird.
I don't know. I thought there was a lot of good about the movie, and when they do follow the book, they follow the book like exactly. There were like multiple scenes where I was like, "This is like word for word from the book." So I was really impressed by that. But then they changed the main antagonist, and I was like, "Work, okay." That's my grudge for the day.
I love it. I love when you get on your soapbox. I wish you would do it more. I love it. Not to be like we're here for the drama, but you know I'm always here for the drama. Let's be
Oh
real.
yeah,
So
that's why we get along.
exactly, exactly. Oh my god,
There was nothing that made me happier than you coming in and being like, "I read a bad book." I was like, "Let's go."
God, that's because sometimes you read a book and you're like, I have to tell somebody that this is trash monkey garbage, or I'm gonna burst into flames.
Oh yeah,
So,
oh yeah. When you
dude,
put the amount, like, listen, a bad movie is one thing. That's 2 hours of your day. I can read a book for 2 weeks to a month, and if it's bad at the
yeah,
end of it, I'm like, how dare
rude.
you?
Yeah,
Like, that's so disrespectful.
that is disrespectful. I will say, I feel like this year I have been awful about finishing the books been starting, which that was
Mhm.
like one of my goals to be better about that. That went for like 2 months and then it was downhill from there. But
Yeah,
a lot of the stuff I've been finishing has been good.
I
So I
like I
don't
said, the
know.
last two I read were good. So I don't know. Maybe the key is to just read more. I guess that's always the key. But like,
Yeah,
I don't know.
I know. I'm trying to be better about the stuff I'm picking up though. Because I feel like sometimes I put off my 5-star predictions because I'm
Hmm.
too scared to read them, or like continue on with series that I know I really like because I'm
Hmm.
worried that it's going to be bad. So then I just pick up these books that I'm like, and then it's a
Yeah, that are
3 and
mid,
I'm
and you knew
annoyed.
they were gonna be mid. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm like, why am I picking up shit that I knew was going to be mid? Like, I can barely get myself to read anything. Why would I read something that's mid?
Yeah.
Idiot,
Yeah.
you know?
Yeah. Oh, and then you sit there and you're like, do I even like books? What am I doing? Like, why?
Yes.
Yeah,
Bro,
I feel it.
stupid. It's stupid. Also, this has been the year of graphic novels for me,
Really? Okay.
which because when I can't get myself to read words, all I want to do is look at the pictures.
Mhm.
And then I just binge graphic novels. So I read a couple. I have like a pile of random shit. I'm just gonna grab it because I'm
No,
lazy
I
and I
love
don't
that.
want to
Go off.
explain everything. But I read this one, the Mooncakes one
Yes,
with the
yes, I
witchy
remember you getting that.
books. It's really cute. It's got really pretty art. But I went through like a witchy graphic novel phase. So that one was good. And I still need to finish up this one. I've owned this for so many years, and I was like,
Mhm.
that now is the moment. It's The Beetle and the Hollow Bones.
I
It's like a
literally
middle
remember you
grade.
getting that. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, it's really cute too. She has a friend who's just his name is Blob Ghost. He's just a lump. He's a lump. That's it. Anyways, he's so cute. So that was
I
good. And then I just got the sequel to Garlic and the Witch.
Oh,
No,
okay.
Garlic and the Vampire.
Yeah,
The
I knew
Witch
you would.
one is the second one. But I'm
Aw.
excited about that. I just want to read cute shit with
Yeah,
pictures.
yeah.
That's all.
I've been reading this book. I tried out Kindle Unlimited. Ugh, I
Yeah.
hate that.
That is rough. I love
Yeah.
Kindle Unlimited, but some of the stuff is really good and some of it is trash monkey garbage. You know what I'm
I'm
saying?
not gonna lie. I've just been reading fan
That's a
fiction.
cute
I'm not
word.
even gonna lie to you. I was like, whatever. Maybe I just need to get out of published books. Maybe that's the
Yeah.
problem. And like that's kind of helped, but like not enough. I've been reading the Alison Bechdel Secret to Superhuman Strength, and I haven't finished it, but I have found my next tattoo because I want to get this.
That's cool.
I think it's gonna be sick. But that's about all I've done with graphic novels this year. Also, I love
I like it.
that fell out
Dude,
of.
I know. I'm going to be finding those bookmarks until the day I die.
Oh, 100%.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
it's rad. Love me some Bechdel.
Love it. I love that. I will say
Oh,
on Kindle Unlimited, because I got Kindle Unlimited I don't know, maybe like 6 months ago. Because
Hmm.
I've been realizing I've been having a really hard time reading physical books, but the ebooks have been a lot easier for some reason.
Yeah,
I don't
yeah.
know what, I've never been an ebook girly until recently, but I think it's because I can have it on my phone. So if I'm like out somewhere and I'm bored as
And you have
shit
a
or
couple minutes,
whatever,
yeah.
yeah,
You don't
then I
have to
can
carry
like
it
squeeze
around.
that in. Yeah, and
Yeah.
then there's like less words on the page if it's just on my phone screen. And so it's not as overwhelming. It doesn't feel like so much of a commitment to be like I'm holding a 400-page tome in my hands, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, I get
So I
that.
think that's been helping. But there's definitely some good monster romances on there. I
Okay.
will say. If you're in the
Which we
mood
know
to
you
just
love.
read some like out of pocket goofy shit, like what we used to look at when we were bored at work and we would just go down the rabbit hole of like out of pocket romances, they're all on Kindle
I
Unlimited, Richie. And it's so funny. It is so funny. I just go on there
okay.
sometimes and I'm like, that looks like the weirdest shit I've ever seen. I found some like Thanksgiving turkey romances. What? I think I'm gonna do a whole reading vlog this Thanksgiving where I just read like out of pocket turkey romances.
Yay.
What the fuck is that? I didn't know
What a
turkey
very
romance was a
specific thing.
subgenre. Yeah, it's wild. It's wild. And there's like Yeti romances and like monster romances that are like weirder ones.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm trying to put
Yeah,
I
get the
need
hat.
hang on.
Get it.
My hair is bugging me. Okay, I'm back.
Gangster Richie is in the house. Thank you for coming to our TED Talk.
Like real good.
Sorry, I had to switch them. KU, yes. Crown of
Okay.
Oaths and Curses. I've never heard of that.
Oaths and curses.
Ooh,
Sequel
I'll have
next
to look
month
at
though.
that.
We'd love to see that. That's nice when
We
you don't have
do.
a long wait. Sometimes I wait for a book to get a sequel before I read the first one because I'm like, if I read it now, then I'm gonna have to wait a year and then I'm gonna have to reread it when the next one comes
I
out. So that's really
know.
nice.
I know. Yes. The railed by a blank ones on there that are like the holiday ones. Out of pocket. I love
Obsessed
it.
with the phrasing of the first book is railed by the Easter Bunny, but I preferred Krampus. That's put that on my tombstone. That's so funny.
I love it. I haven't read those either, but I should. Sometimes you just need something that's so out of pocket that your brain doesn't know what to do with it, and that's what pulls you out of the slump. That sounds really counterintuitive, but and it's not like
No, I
picking up something that's mid. It's like picking up something where you're like, "What the fuck is this book?"
oh
And
yeah.
it's just wild. You know, it's fun.
Yeah,
It
yeah,
makes
yeah.
reading fun again. I think that's the key.
I think so. Speaking of reading, we gonna do this thing?
You know, we certainly could. I suppose we could. I guess if you like wanted to read or something.
If we wanna
Almost like
wanted to
it's almost
dabble.
like called a reading sprint. Okay, hold on. If my shit could load, I would really love that for me. Um, if you want, I can
Hmm.
put on some like cute little ambiance stuff in the back,
I would
like I
love that.
sometimes do.
I
Okay,
love
let
it when
me
you
find
do
it.
that too. That's
Dude, I I don't know why. Sometimes I'm like, what if I just be extra for no reason, even though nobody asked, and just
no,
put on like
I'm
random
asking.
ambiance in the back? But I found some spring ones. Oh my god.
Okay.
Why is my YouTube being so slow? Oh my god, please stop. I paid too much for Wi-Fi to have this much lag. I'm offended.
I That's so real.
The hell? Maybe there's just too much stuff on my playlist. It doesn't want to know. Listen, okay? I worked hard to build this playlist. I would like the respect. Thank you so much.
uh,
Oh my god. It's taking so long. Okay.
listen, I mean we can still talk. I'm not upset
Alea
about
got her
that.
shit
I just
together. We're happy
Scepter
to
and the
see it.
Sword and the novella prequels okay, but
Ooh.
yeah, I see is the truth. Enemies to lovers and the sequel.
Ooh.
Ooh, okay. Enemies to lovers, I'm a fan of. And if you can do it right, that's like that's enemies to lovers is like a high risk, high reward type of situation. Where it's like sometimes when they're bad, they're like bad, bad. But like when they're good, nothing else is hitting like that.
That's super true.
Whereas like
That's super
as
true.
like friends to lovers, it's like they're usually pretty all right, and every once in a while you're like, yeah, this one's great. But enemies to lovers, peaks and valleys with that one.
We just live for the tension. Yes, Sam, I know.
Get her
Just
ass. Let's
shade.
go.
I deserve it. Isn't a speck of romance in the first book? I love that. Frustratingly good. That's such a good descriptor,
That's
you
a
know?
that's a good review too. Nothing makes me want to pick up a romance more than people being like, I was so pissed off, and then I finished it immediately.
Richie's
Ugh.
just like, "Oh, you were mad? Oh, you were
Yeah,
mad.
I'm like,
I'm here for it. I am
that's how
here
I felt
for
with
it."
you and All Chained Up, to be honest.
Dude,
You
that
came in and you
book,
were like, this book. I was like, okay, I gotta read.
I was
Medieval
having a
Village
time.
ambiance.
That
You're everything to
that
me.
was
Did you
a
know that?
huh?
I said medieval village ambiance. You're everything to me. Did you know that?
I told you I worked hard to put this playlist together. I
We're
didn't come to play here,
cosplaying as
Richie, all right?
Belle over here.
Listen, that's what we're here to do. 2 nights in a row. Oh, Sam, that's how you know it's something.
That's yeah. Every
Rolled my eyes
I
in
rolled
anger.
my eyes in anger.
Yes,
No, that's so real.
please. Was it a 4.5 though?
Ah,
That is iconic. Sam,
ugh.
yes. Absolutely. Well, I guess we could like listen to some medieval village ambiance or whatever if you want to. Jeez.
I'm down. How long are we
Okay.
reading?
That's the question. We can do whatever you want to do. We could do a half-hour sprint if you want
Okay. Okay.
to start.
I'm down with
Let
whatever.
me I have to well, listen. I'm an idiot and I haven't done this in a long time.
Mhm.
Sprints.
Mhm.
So I have to get my shit together and remember how I do this. Okay. I'm figuring out what I'm talking about. Okay. Okay, I'm ready.
Oh
I'm good.
howdy. I wish I would stop getting news alerts on my phone. Let me turn that off real fast. Um I'm gonna set a timer on my own phone just so I don't get
Cool.
get lost in the sauce over here.
That's a big move. Cool. Okay. Also, you can have your camera on or not, whatever you want to do. Usually I mute myself so people can't hear me breathe because it's
Yeah,
gross.
I
That's
was
all.
literally gonna say I think I'm gonna mute myself, but
Yeah.
we'll do it.
All right.
All right,
Let's do it.
let's go.
I'm frozen.
Oh, I do see that. I was laughing at the. Oh, there you are. Hi.
Hi.
I love the massage chair ad that you were getting. That's so funny.
Oh my god.
Halfway through that, my copy of Mary fell off the shelf and landed on me, and so shout out to anyone who was watching at that moment as I got attacked from the side and like, had to fend
I
off
didn't even
my
see that.
predator.
That's hilarious. Oh my god. Well, okay. I'm reading Mary.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what to say. I feel like this book's gonna fuck me up.
How far into it are you?
Not very at all.
Yeah, I think it's gonna fuck you up a little bit. I really liked it.
I think so. But I also, so far, I'm liking the POV from Mary.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah,
we shall see.
we sure shall.
I'm
Cool
excited.
start to have a couple chapters that aren't Mary, and then the rest of it is. I guess that's a spoiler, but the rest of it is Mary, and that's. I liked that a lot, actually.
I feel like this is one where I'm going to read the whole thing and then be like, I want to read it a second time to pick up on all the little
I'm
things I didn't get the first time.
legitimately. I am going to do. I don't know how far I'm going to get into it before the fifth, but I'm gonna do my best to blast through it a second time before the day. Because yeah, no, it was definitely one where I finished it and I was like, I.
Yeah,
Yeah,
for sure.
it's a good one.
How's your book going?
I've read
Oh, that
like
good,
four
huh?
sex scenes already, so
What?
I'm on page 33 and like I'm knee deep in another sex scene.
What?
Yeah, no, they started banging page 3. They did not make me wait for
Page
that at
three?
all. Yeah, it was
Did they even
crazy.
say hi first?
No.
Didn't even buy her dinner first? Lord.
She was she wasn't awake yet. Instead of kissing her to wake her up, um yeah. It kind of jumped in like immediately. Is my face red? I feel like it is. Um yeah, I was not expecting it to quite go
Well,
in
that's
that fast.
interesting. I wonder if that's why she used a pen name. She was like, this is going to be spicy. I'm not putting my real name on this.
She had a preface and she said that part of the reason that she used a pen name is because her dad was still alive and she didn't want him to read one of them. And part of the reason she used a pen name is because she was like, I didn't want Anne Rice fans to pick this up and be like, what is this? And so she was like, like that
Yeah.
separation helped me to like write what I wanted and make it what I wanted it to be without feeling the pressure of my friends or family or of trying to please my fans. Which yeah.
Good point.
It's you ever you ever read a romance and you're like, this is well written, but is also teaching me that I don't think I'm into this.
Yes.
Like I'm gonna keep reading, but like I'm like, oh, okay, like I happy for everyone who is. Hey, if you're in to like full on like BDSM dom sub sadomasochism, this book lets you know by page 3. So
There you go. Hey, at least it was, you didn't get
and
100 pages in, and then it happens, and you're like, did I want to be here for this?
also it's my bad for reading a book called The Claiming of Sleeping Beauty and not expecting it to be that.
I mean, that makes the sleeping part make more sense.
Yeah. No, yeah. She
But
also
you're
is
also like, what?
quick warning. She's 15, so that's also been a little bit of a struggle.
What?
She's 15. He's 18, so it could be way worse, but it could be way better. Could be way better. Yeah, I had a that was
Interesting.
a I I felt every emotion during that thing.
Also,
That was
but is it so then it's not YA because of the
no, no, no,
content.
no, no, no,
But
no, no,
then
no. It
that's
is
an
not
interesting
YA.
choice to make them so young
Yeah.
and an adult
Um,
novel.
I think
Huh.
that is. I think that so she talks in the preface. I actually am so glad I read the preface to this, because she talks in the preface where she's like, a lot of like powerful people want just that sort of escapism of feeling like they don't have responsibilities, and that's why they're into BDSM, which is something I knew, but I'm glad she also knows. And so I think that's the thinking. And I also think that like in Sleeping Beauty, she is like 15, 16. So like,
Sure.
yeah. It is very explicit in like a good way. It's well written. And I was like, okay, work. And she is like throwing in little lines where she's like, even in her helplessness, she feels very powerful. And I was like, okay, well, at least she's feeling good about the whole thing.
Glad you're feeling yourself. Don't know
Yeah,
if I
yeah,
need to
hey.
be here for it though.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
whatever.
But
That's
it's
funny.
interesting. It's interesting. I will keep reading. Um, yeah.
Oh my god.
I
Okay,
don't know,
I'm
man.
like
That's
at the
wild.
beginning. I'm right at
Yeah.
the beginning of Mary.
Okay.
Her going to the doctor and she's like having all the symptoms and him being like, just go see your gyno. I had a doctor tell me that once. Like, oh yeah, just ask your gynecologist.
I
I
had
don't
a
have one of
doctor
those because that's terrifying.
I had a doctor who
No.
was a woman one time ask me if I was on birth control, and I said no, because I'm gay. And I didn't tell her that, but she was like, well, the best birth control is put an aspirin between your knees and don't let it drop. You're a
What
doctor. You're a doctor. You can't be saying that. I was like 17. And I remember telling my mom, and my mom was like,
state was that in?
no, she said, what? You know what state it was in. It's in your state. You know damn well I wasn't hearing that in Las Vegas,
uh,
Nevada.
uh,
Yeah.
doctors are
Yeah,
horrible.
right?
I definitely I definitely had a guy doctor just be like, yeah, just ask your gynecologist. Okay, well, I'm a
How about
student and
you
I'm
answer my
poor,
question? You went
so
to med school.
no kidding. Also, he looked at me like he was so uncomfortable. I was like, you're a grown ass man. You have a wedding ring on your finger. You're a doctor. Why are you uncomfortable?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Sanctuary of the
Let's
Shadows.
go. Oh, congrats on finishing the editing too. Let's go.
Yes, congrats. Oh my goodness.
Through the shadows.
Sam's a
Okay.
read machine.
Honestly, wish that could be me.
I respect it. I really do.
Ugh.
Oh my god. Lord.
I feel like
What
Mary
else?
for you is gonna be like, I think it's gonna hit. I honestly, let me pull it up real fast, because it was like late in the game, but I started like writing down lines. Boop 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 boop. Um, uh, there's a point where Mary says, "Fuck that! I don't need his rage. My rage is enough. It's complete and total on its own." And I was like, "Let's go!" There's a point where she
I love
says,
that.
"I'm." She says it's hard to remember how men are allowed to forget what it's like to have a body. Like, I think you're gonna be screeching. You're gonna be hooting and hollering when you're reading this one.
That is super true. That is super true. I love that whole idea of like women aren't allowed to forget that they have bodies because we have to
Mm-hmm.
deal with pain constantly. You and I have had that discussion so many times
Well, I mean, listen,
with the amount of pain that we've had.
um,
Yeah.
the Margaret Atwood quote where she's like, "You're a man inside a woman watching a woman," and like that, all that stuff. You are your own voyeur. That whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
In this one that I'm reading, I open it up, and the first quote is from a guy named John Berger. And it says, one might simplify this by saying men act and women appear. Men look at women. Women watch themselves being looked at. I was like, so everybody knows, huh? Everybody's aware. Crazy. Crazy.
The weird
I feel like
vibes of
Mary is
that,
very
man.
cathartic in that sense.
I agree. I can tell just from the beginning. I'm like, This is gonna be weird, but it's gonna be good kind of weird.
I love a
Thing.
character who sucks as a person. Like, I really if a character is just, like, not a good guy, I find them so much more compelling, and especially when women are allowed to be, like, kinda shitty. Like, it's awesome.
Yeah.
Like, and I think that's what when I was a kid, like Katniss Everdeen was really kind of the first girl I remember who, like, was allowed to suck. And just her talking about how hard it is to be like, well, Peeta gets to go up there and be a dickhead if he wants to, but I have to sit there and be like, oh my god, I love my dress. Like, I feel like there are so many books where like that allow you that catharsis that are coming out now. I fucking Hunger Games was like the
Hmm.
only one it felt like when I was a kid. But so I
Yeah.
always love it when you get a protagonist and she's like not cool, you know?
Dude, yeah. You're gonna love Mayfly because that was kind of the vibe. And there's a lot of
Okay.
discussion there about female rage too. I love that stuff. I'm like, dude,
Yeah.
I'm angry. I have a lot of anger. You know,
Oh
we
yeah.
know, we've been knowing. But like reading about that is so nice. I'm like, yeah,
Hmm.
can we normalize the female rage, please? Also,
Oh,
good night to this person.
goodbye. Good night.
Thank you so much for hanging out on
Bye.
Sprints.
Good to
And
see
I
you.
would love if you join again. You
Ugh,
spent a month and a half on that vlog. Sam, that is such a big mood.
that's dedication.
I love that for you.
Now that work is chill again. Ain't that the way?
Trying to do
Ugh.
your vlogs around work being hectic is so stressful. So I feel you. Yes, the rage. Sam, you should
If you
marry.
read it by May
You should.
5th, you come talk to us.
Dude, yeah, do it. You should
It's
do it.
good. Yeah. No,
You should.
I'm trying genuinely, I think it's like a really well-paced, well-plotted like mystery. So I'm trying to say as little about the plot as I possibly can in this, but like it is just very well written and has a lot to say about being a woman to a surprising degree. And I found the overwhelming majority of it to be accurate. Um, yeah, I really really dug it. Even if it did just try to kill me right now. Also, it's a big boy. I got it in the mail and I
It
was
is.
like, Alea. 400 pages.
Sorry.
No, it's okay.
Sorry.
I busted through it in like a
Honestly,
week. It was not hard to
dude,
read.
hell yeah. The
Also,
reason
I
I
love the
picked it is because
cover.
I've been
It took
meaning
me
to read it for
forever to
so long.
realize that's not her hand.
Yes. Yes, there's this like hand grabbing her. Isn't that so creepy?
Ugh, so gross. I love it.
Iconic.
Yeah.
But yeah, I've been meaning to read Mary for so long. And I was like, the thing about this book club is that then I have to read it because it's my book club. So it holds me accountable to read shit that I've been wanting to read. Which
Yeah.
is just the mental gymnastics of making other people read books so that
Ain't that
you
the way?
also have to read the book because it's book club.
Oh,
But it works. I've been reading
yeah.
some bangers for this book club. So it's been
Okay.
great. Yes, it's on Hoopla too.
Hoopla. Let's go.
Love Hoopla.
Um, we need to
Oh
like
my god.
I'm saying I want to read
Yes.
this for book club and be the host because I feel like if you like Mary, you're gonna love this one. We gotta get to it because
You're
it's
so
so
right,
good.
and you
And
absolutely
it
should
felt
say
like
it.
a companion piece,
Actually,
honestly, because like Mary is about like women who suck, and so is Underneath. But Underneath specifically is talking about like fat women and their place in society, which I found so interesting and so cool. And I just yeah, I love it. And also
that
it's
could
written by
be
a woman, which is cool.
the answer. Because well, I've been trying to figure out what all the book club picks are going to be for the rest of 2024. And I have a
Yeah.
pretty good idea, but
Okay.
I've been missing like one. There's been like one open spot left where I've been like, what should we do? So maybe that would be
I
great.
yeah.
I think
Fully
that might
truly.
be it right there.
I haven't read it since like oh my god,
It's
like
been a while.
yeah, since we were at Book People. And I think honestly, I think I might have busted this one out before you even started working there.
Yeah. Because I
Um
think by the time I got there,
so
you'd already read it and were screaming about
yeah,
it.
I'd been gassing it up. So I could do with a reread and I think you'd really, really dig it. So
I think we
we'll
might have
see.
to do that.
Yes,
I think that's a great idea. I love it. Honestly, I love people being excited about reading stuff for book club.
Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah, I'm
I
so
love it.
hyped. I wanna I want to talk to you at some. I mean, you don't have to spoil it here, but like I want to talk to you at some point about what the other books are, so I can make sure I can get my hands on them. Because like when you texted me
For
and were
sure.
like, "Could you get your hands on Mary?" I was like, "Okay, let me go on Libby. Let me see what the tea is." And they were like, "Several months wait," and I was like, "Oh my god, dude!" So that's why I bought it because I was like, "I'm just gonna get it." I'm not. I'm glad I have it, but like, yeah,
Okay.
it was a hot
I'll
minute
send
for a
you
wait. So
I'll send you the list of the rest of them because there's a few I've been trying to kind of balance a little bit between backlist stuff and like newer stuff that's coming out.
yeah,
So I know I think well one of them's going to be American Rapture, so you know that.
yes,
But there's a couple others that are going to be like newer releases, and then there's going to be some that are backlist. So
okay.
I will send you the list. It is
Hoopla, sugar.
almost
Okay,
finalized.
that's good to know, Sam.
Yes.
Hoopla.
Hoopla
Okay.
also awesome. I love Hoopla. So also
Mm,
I'm not above giving you my library card login for my old hometown so you can use my Hoopla. Hmm? I'm so dead serious. I don't
no, I'm
care.
obsessed with that. I'll I'll look it up. Go off. I'm super into that.
Hoopla's popping. Plus, Hoopla's nice because it doesn't have the weights. Like Libby
Mm,
has like the wait list or whatever. Hoopla, there's no
hmm
wait for stuff. If they have it, you can just have it right now. So
Well,
it's
because
slick.
that's I think I told you in the last video I was on that I had this problem where I put like 12 books on hold and then all of them came in like the same like 3 days and I was like, well, what, dude?
Yeah.
Now I have
Yeah, I
8 seconds
know.
to read all of these and I'm not gonna get them. So I basically just turned most of them back in and was like, sorry about that. And so now I gotta decide if
I
I want
know.
to put them back on hold. I'm like, this is stupid. So,
It is stupid. Plus, Libby gets irritating sometimes because with the audiobooks I've noticed, sometimes it like will skip sentences in the audiobook. And I'm like, wait, what the fuck are they talking about? Because they will
yep, yep,
skip
yep.
parts of it. I don't know. It's just kind of weird.
Yeah.
I don't get it. But that pisses me
So
off really bad. So
I think I told you I originally got Libby to listen to the audiobook of I'm Glad My Mom Died.
oh,
Um,
gotcha.
yeah. But after that, I'm not I struggle with audiobooks because if I'm not looking at something, my brain is everywhere and then I like tune back in and I'm like, "Oh, they've been talking for like 40 minutes and I fully don't know what they were talking about." So, so I haven't experienced that as much with Libby, but that's just because I don't really listen to audiobooks that much. Love them, support them, think they're great. Have a few friends who are like audiobook like
Yeah.
readers for their job, which is
Hmm.
awesome. Um, but just haven't really gotten into it. Kind of feel the same about graphic novels. I do like graphic novels, but like my brain, it just it does not vibe with the layout of graphic novels, and so I try my best, but they're pretty rare for me. When I do find one I like, though, it's like the only thing I read.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I've been leaning more towards ebooks too lately because
Mhm.
honestly, I'm just tired of having to move my physical books every time I move. You know how it is. Oh
Yeah.
my God.
Oh yeah. Yeah, we got this boy, we got this boy, and we got another boy over there. And then some of
That's a
my
lot
books
of
are on
books,
this
man.
one, like, and then I have
You
my
got
books
a
from
lot of
Edward.
shelves.
I got a lot of
Yeah.
shelves, which is nice, and I like it. But I counted the other day. Me and my sister counted, and I have like 384 books or something like that. I was like, that's not bad for
Dude,
a
yeah.
one-bedroom apartment. I'll take that. Why did I get so dark all of a sudden?
Dude, I know. Mine keeps changing because the sun can't figure out where it wants to be, and I'm just over it.
Fair enough.
But yeah, I know. I have so many books. And I'm
Yeah.
like, dude, if we're talking about moving however many more times, like I might as well just get ebooks and then just have them. And then I
Yep.
don't have to worry about moving all this stuff.
Oh yeah.
So that just drives me
I
crazy.
also I need to go to the library more because there's so many times where I want to read a book, but I'm not like sure I'll like it, and so I just don't buy it and
Yes.
don't interact with it at all because like books are expensive, you know? Like
Yes.
I'm not trying to buy a million books that I might like. Um and most of these are from when we got free books.
Yeah. At work, yeah.
So
Those
yeah.
were the
So
days, man.
honestly. I've considered
They did pay us
trying
in
to go back
books.
and
They did.
they on God. Um, I've considered trying to go back to working at a bookstore maybe, but I'm like, I don't know. I'm making okay money right
I
now.
know.
I like my job well enough.
Yeah.
So, and luckily I work with a lot of people who read, so it's not like, I
It's
feel like
not
it would be a
weird,
lot
yeah.
worse if yeah, like when I worked at like the chicken wing place, that was before I knew you, but when I worked at like the chicken wing place, they weren't exactly readers. One of them
No.
was, and she and I vibe, but like, if I'm reading on my break, people would be like, "What are you doing?" So it's nice to now I'm reading on my break, and my coworkers are like, "What are you reading? Oh my god!" I'm like, "Yeah,
That's
let's
super
go."
cool.
Yeah,
I
it's
love
fun.
that for you. I'm so glad that it worked out and the people are cool and they're readers and you can pay your
Yeah,
freaking
yeah,
rent and we love
yeah.
that.
Ain't that the
We love
dream?
it.
I like my
That's really
job
the
well
dream.
enough. I can pay my rent. My coworkers are cool. That's all I need from a job.
That's a mood. That's a big
I
mood.
was talking to one of my coworkers the other day, and he and I were both because he's a photographer, or he used to do it professionally, and we were both kind of like, now we're at the point where I kind of just want my job to just be a job, and I'll like do the thing I like to do, like not on the clock.
Yeah.
And I feel like this job is a really nice like midpoint where it's like I like the job. It's not, I wouldn't say coffee is my passion in life, but I like it enough that like I'm down to spend 40 hours there and then I can do my actual hobbies when I'm not on the clock. So
Hmm.
it's cool.
Yeah. My thing is, you have a job that's so stressful that then you come home and you're like, I feel like I need to take a nap from the emotional taxing of my entire day, that I don't
Hmm.
have like the emotional space to like do my hobby because I just
Oh
want
yeah.
to crawl into a hole in
Pass
the
out.
ground. Yeah, exactly.
I feel that.
Exactly.
And then on your days off, you're like, do I want to spend my one day off like doing a thing? Not really. I kind of want to just sink to the couch and watch YouTube.
I feel like this is weird. I feel like I'm a different person on the weekends. Weekday me is awful. I hate being her. Weekend me, like Peyton and I are hanging out. We're like going on adventures and shit. I'm
I
reading
love
and
that.
doing YouTube stuff. I'm like, this is great. And then as soon as Monday rolls around, I'm like, this is horrible. I need to move. I need to leave.
Oh.
But the
Yeah.
weekends, I'm like, this is kind of nice. I can fuck with this. And then Monday comes around, I'm like, I can go. I'm out. I'm over it. It's I
Ugh.
feel like a ping pong ball. It's embarrassing, you know?
I
Weird.
I feel it though. I'm
I'm
sorry.
frustrated.
I'm sorry because I know how excited you were for this job when you got it. So I'm sorry that it's not
Yeah,
giving you what you
it's
want.
one of those it's one of those things, man. I feel like it always happens. Like, it's good at the beginning and then the same kind of shit happens that happened when we worked together where it's like, somebody leaves or you have to take on additional stuff and then things get really
Yep.
dysfunctional with the management and the next thing you know, you're like, what happened here? This is not the vibe I signed up for, folks.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. I'm really glad because so the person who hired me, who might be watching right now, I don't know if they are. Tay, if you're watching, hello and I love you. But but Tay hired me and then moved to another store to manage that store. And I feel so glad because like the new manager, like we're still, it's a transition, it's hard, it's a pain, but like our new manager is still cool and like just wants us to like be doing good and we kept most of the staff and so like it's been like a nice like we, we managed to hold on and it's still like it's different obviously, but it's
Mhm.
still like relatively the vibe I signed up for and I'm like, okay, I can hang with that. That's fine. It
That's cool.
could have been way worse. So,
For
we're
sure.
working with it.
I know. I feel
Yeah.
like two of the people who are on the hiring committee that hired me
Hmm.
left. One of them was my work bestie, Noelle.
Was
If
that
Noelle's
Noel? Yep.
here. Noelle, I love you. Thank you for allowing me to have a job. And I had two bosses. One of them left and works at
Hmm.
UCLA now, which is pretty fucking cool. And then the other one, she is like basically working in two positions at one time because some other lady retired. And so now it's like she's never there because she's always at the other building supporting that team because everything's always on fire over there. So she's like, "You
Of
guys
course.
got it going on. Like, I trust you." I'm like, "Yeah, but like, I'd
Thanks.
like to see you sometimes."
uh,
'Cause she's cool,
oh,
but
yeah.
yeah, a worse person. Sam, I don't think you'd be a worse person. You'd have more stuff in your house.
Yeah. You'd be a worse person to ask your friends to help you move.
That's true. Me. That's me.
my my dad and sister helping me move all my stuff into the apartment were like, "What are in these boxes?" And I started opening them up and they were like,
It's
"Dude."
all your
It's like,
books.
"Sorry, it's it was like 20 boxes of books. It was ridiculous. I felt so
Oh
bad.
my god.
That was a lot.
Dude, last time I moved all mine, I put them in like reusable grocery bags, but I had the handles and it was so
Mhm.
much easier. But I think I have fewer books than you because I've been purging them out. Because I'm like, if you're mid, get off my shelf. I'm not moving
I,
you.
I
So
need to, if we move out of this apartment, I'm purging a lot before we go. But I purged legitimately. I think you remember when I was moving, I got rid of like
yeah,
200 books. And I got rid of another like 50 or so when I got here, and I still have almost 400. So I'm like, I need to do
dude.
something. Like, I need to figure it out.
So, oh my god. Yeah, Sam also has a ton of books. I get
Yeah,
it, man. Moving with the books is rough. It's rough.
it's a pain, but
It can be a pain. Yeah, well, then I'm like, okay, if we move, I have a 7 foot tall wood bookshelf. Am I moving that? How am I moving that? I'm not giving it up. It was free. You know what
yeah.
I'm saying? We'll do something.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
Pete and I
I'm
literally
so
were looking
glad.
at our furniture, trying to figure out what we would keep and what we could get rid of. And then we were looking
Mhm.
around and I was like, half of this stuff is from a dumpster or like literally Goodwill. I'm
Yeah,
like, we could just thrift new shit when we get there. It's like this isn't already shredded anyways, you know?
yeah. They're not family heirlooms.
Yeah. I'm like, this is
Yeah,
why we don't have nice things. So that way, if we want to move, we just put all of our stuff back
pack
next
up.
to the dumpster it came from. Whatever.
When I was house sitting for our old boss, I got rid of so much of my furniture. Um, because I had a storage shed, and I was like, well, whatever doesn't fit in the storage shed looks like you're hitting the curb, buddy. I'm not
Yeah.
trying to get two storage sheds, one just for furniture that I can rebuy. It's not like anything was that expensive.
No. No.
And
I
the bookshelf
genuinely,
headboard,
I
that
don't.
one my grandpa like made for me, so I'm like, I'm keeping that. But
That's
like,
cool.
yeah, it's
Yeah.
rad. I really like it.
That's super dope.
Other than that, I don't
But
really have
yeah,
anything that matters that much.
I know. That's why I'm like, this is a good time for us to move. I'm like, we don't have that much stuff that's like important that we keep, you
Yeah,
know? I'm like, we have
yeah,
degrees. Neither one of us is like crazy about staying. I'm
yeah,
like, let's do it.
yeah. You're set up
My mom's
nice to
like,
get out of here now.
yeah. My mom's like, you're crazy. I'm like, dude, I'm out.
No, also like
So
crazy for what? In this economy,
yeah,
it literally like putting down roots
I
doesn't
know.
mean anything other than acquiring stuff at this point. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, and Peyton and I are kind of like, we'd like to live in a state where we could afford to have a house eventually. You know what I mean? And the
Yes.
rent just keeps going up and up and up and up, and it's
Mhm.
ridiculous.
Mhm.
I'm like, for these crusty old places, I'm like, you didn't even clean this when I moved in. What do you mean you want me to pay crazy
Yeah.
amounts of money for rent? No,
Yeah.
no, not
Yeah.
happening. Not happening. So straight up, we were looking at houses in Minnesota, and there are some
Yeah.
where the amount you would pay per month for the mortgage is cheaper than our rent. What?
I'm saying.
I'm like, I
I'm
could have a house
saying.
with a yard and like pets and shit. I'm like,
Yeah.
why would we stay? That's
Yeah.
ridiculous. And we would make just as much money or more with the
Mhm.
jobs, with how much they pay.
Absolutely.
So it's not like,
Absolutely.
yeah, it's not like minimum wage is like crazy low or whatever.
And that's the thing is
Like,
like minimum wage
yeah,
out here. Like, sure, things are like a little more expensive than they are in Moscow, but like not that much, to be
yeah,
honest. And like I don't know. I'm like, minimum wage is so much higher because minimum wage in the area that I'm in is 15,
Dude.
and like that's double, more than double what it
Yeah,
is
it is.
where you are.
Yeah.
So I'm like, even if the at the worst like shit kicking job that you could get, you're making over double, and the rent surely is not over double what it is.
No.
It like it's definitely not.
No, because I was looking at
So,
apartments too, and there were some that were same like 2 bedroom, one bath that we have now, and it was
mhm,
cheaper than what we're paying here for rent.
mhm,
And they were
yeah,
nicer too.
yeah,
So I was
yeah,
like, dude, what the fuck? And you could have pets and stuff too. So I was like, what are we doing?
yeah,
You know?
yeah. Not
Ugh.
listen. Just tell me.
Yeah.
Yep, 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 yep.
Yep. Sam's in Oregon, so Sam knows, dude.
Oh, okay, work. Yeah,
Yeah. That
yeah. The
housing is
Pacific
not
Northwest, not a cheap place
expensive.
to live. People think it
Certainly not.
is, and it's not. Like
No.
my hometown, the
Wild.
minimum wage is still what it is where you are, and the
Dude.
rent is legitimately like obscene. Like I was looking into places,
Yeah.
I was like, maybe I'll just stick around in my hometown for a while. And I'm talking like one bedrooms for like 2,000 a month. It was
Yeah.
ridiculous. I was like, I'm
Yeah.
sorry, I've lived there. I know what this place is like. It is not worth two
No.
thousand a month to live here.
Absolutely not.
Like,
Absolutely not. Yeah, it's getting to the point where the rent is going up and it's not going to be that long before it's 1,000 plus a month everywhere over
yep,
here. And there's no
yep,
way in hell. And I think that's totally wild because when I first started renting here, when I got my own place and lived by myself,
yeah.
it's like 600.
I
And I
had
had a
a
one bedroom, it
two
was like
bedroom
600.
when I first moved there that was 600 a month. There were three
Yeah,
of us living there because it was me in one room and then my roommate and her boyfriend in the other room. I'm paying 200 a month in rent.
that's
Cut
crazy.
to 2 years later, and that same place is 1,100 now.
Holy shit. Yeah,
Like, I don't.
it's crazy.
I'm
Well, and
like,
I'm
y'all
doing
want
the
us all to be
math.
homeless for real?
For real. Well, and we're doing the math because, we're seeing, okay, we've been in the same place for a couple years and they are upping it every single year.
Yeah,
It's like, if they're upping it that much on everybody's rent, and that's just what's owned by one property manager, right? They're making crazy amounts of money more.
absolutely.
I'm
Yeah,
like, that's ridiculous. I'm
they
like, for
don't
what?
need it.
No,
Yeah, literally for
no,
what? What are you doing for me?
no,
Like,
nothing. They literally, I can barely
you better
pull
come in and
out
do
of our
my
parking
dishes at
lot.
this point.
I
Like,
know. I can barely pull out of the parking lot because they haven't trimmed the bushes since we moved in, and I can barely see the road. And the amount of times I've almost gotten an accident right there is insane
oh, and I've seen
because I
your
can't get.
your entrance is not safe.
Oh my god,
Yeah,
wild! It's just wild. So yeah,
really
Peyton
is.
and I are like, we need to have a place where we can, you know, afford to live in a place that's, you know, nice and has room and all of that. Which is
Yeah.
just, our generation is trying to figure it out, and sucks. It sucks,
Oh
Dude.
yeah. Well, even dude, my dad makes like good money at this point, and he was like, I
Yeah.
can't buy a house. He's making like 150K a year, and his wife works, and he's like, I
What?
can't afford a house. You kidding me? Like in the area that he's
Yeah.
in, it's like 400,000 for a starter house, and he's like, what are you
Yep.
talking about?
Exactly.
It's ridiculous.
Exactly. Well, even like the same thing with my hometown. It's super expensive over there too. There's no way we could afford rent over there.
No.
And my parents' house, I mean, they bought their house. I was in high school. It was like 2016 they bought their house, and it
Hmm.
was like a $400,000 house at the
Yeah,
time. And now
it's
their
pushing a million.
neighbors
I
are
bet.
starting to yeah, well, now their neighbors are starting to sell, and there's houses up the street from them that are selling for like 1,000,000, and my parents were like, "What the fuck? Like, that's not even that nice of a
Yeah,
house." It's
yeah,
crazy. It's totally insane.
yeah, yeah. No,
Yeah,
I do not get it.
I don't either. Nuts.
I also it's so funny, because a bunch of my friends out here like still live with their parents, which at this point it's like if I meet someone who actually lives with their parents, I'm like, what a great financial decision you've made. Like I feel like that used to have like a stigma to it, and now everybody's like, bro, I wish that was me. Cheers. Like and like
Yeah.
There have been a few who have been like, "How do you do it with your parents living so far away?" And I'm like, "I'm broke. That's how I do it. Is I'm broke.
Dude.
Like, I don't have a savings account.
Yeah.
That's how I do it."
Well, yeah, that's a super good point. And it's also just interesting because I feel like once you're used to moving, like
Mhm.
we've both moved states before. We've
Oh
been
yeah,
here.
yeah,
But for people who've always lived in their home state and like close to their family, I get that where
no.
you're like, I feel like I could never move far from them, blah, blah,
Oh
blah.
yeah.
Because my
Oh, and
mom's
once
like
you have like
freaking
that
out.
community set up,
Right. Yeah.
it. But like, if I move back to my hometown, it's not like I'm gonna start hanging out with who I left when I was
Yeah.
17.
No.
It's not like I have
Yeah.
friends there
Exactly.
still.
Yeah. For sure.
So,
Yeah. Totally
but
different.
yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah. Well, my mom was like, if you move across the country, I'm never going to see you. I'm like, girl, you never see me now because we live in different states. I
Yeah.
was like, I'm going to see you the exact same amount. I'm just going to have to take a longer flight to come home for Christmas. Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
You're going to see me just the same amount. I'm like, and then to be honest, you could just fly out to see me. You wouldn't have to drive however many hours to come and see me
Mhm.
in the middle of podunk fucking nowhere. Like, dude, it would be
Well, I hear
easier,
there's stuff
actually,
to
I
do
think.
too.
Yeah, I'm like,
Not
there's
except for
stuff to
you moving out
do.
here.
Yeah. So, plus, I'm like, girl, you're retired. If you miss me, then move. Yeah. Like,
Ugh,
whatever.
all right.
It makes me
Ugh,
laugh. I'm like, sell your house for however much and move out here. You could get a bigger
yeah,
house
for $8
or
billion.
half. You could get a bigger house for half the money that you sold your house for.
Yeah,
That'd be wild as hell.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
I'm like, what
Ugh.
are you talking about? You're gonna be fine. I'm like, yeah, you're gonna be fine, ma'am.
My mom, I do get it with my mom not being able to like pick up and move because it's like they still have
Yeah, they
three
got the
children in the
kids and
house. And like that'd be kind of crazy. And also like
yes.
with my brother in like the shared custody, it would have to be both my mom and my stepdad and my dad and my stepmom would all have to pick up and head out. And so I'm like, I get it, whatever.
It's a
But
lot of
like
folks.
every time she's like, I miss you, I want to see you more. I'm like, girl, you got the credit card, not me. I figure it out.
That's a mood. Love your mom though. Shout out to your mom for being awesome.
Love
But
my
that
mom.
is super true. When your parents are like, I miss you, but I love you. And you're like, I
Like,
love
I
you
love you
too. But
too.
like I
Fly
cannot
out.
afford to live where you live. Yeah.
Ugh,
That's brutal.
so funny. Ugh.
I feel it. I know. We've been looking at different states, but you know what's funny is I've been looking at jobs, like library jobs, just because
Yeah,
I think that could be good. Could be a good route.
absolutely. You talked
Uh,
very highly. I mean, you spoke very highly of working at the library and like shelving and that kind of stuff. You were like really into it.
yeah, I like doing that.
Yeah.
And to be honest, it's more chill because jobs where you don't have to deal with people's money, you know, people get testy about money. And that's kind of why it's so like tense where I'm at right now because there's a lot of money stuff that's always going on and people
And
people be getting testy about it.
yeah,
Rightfully
you definitely
so.
are in
But
the money sector of things.
yeah. Which
Yeah.
how did I get into
That's why
that? But, yeah.
the bank did not hit for me. Because I don't want to be in charge of all that. I'm not trying to be responsible for your business account.
Exactly. Yeah. Sam does accounting stuff, so
So
Sam
yeah, you
understands that tax
absolutely.
season. Oof. Angry old people. Can we just Richie and I know about angry old people. It is not the vibe. I do
No.
not fuck with angry Karens. I'm sorry.
Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. The
No, thank
the
you.
other the other day at work, a customer got really mad about something. I don't even remember what. Like we put whipped cream on his drink when we weren't supposed to, or something like that. I don't know. And so we were like, "We'll remake it for you, whatever." And he was like, "No, no, it's fine. I'm over it now." And I was like, "Okay, well, it doesn't sound like you're over it, but like if you're over it, whatever. That sounds good." And so I was like, "Well, we have surveys that I could like give you." And he went, "What? So I can tell someone I'm angry?" I was like, "Well, that is the purpose, sir. I don't know what you want. You don't want a new drink. You don't want to yell at someone. Get out of my store then. I don't know what to say."
Oh my god. I miss watching you work with customers and like work the cash register because that was like the most entertaining shit I've ever seen in my entire life. Especially on like a
Yeah.
busy Saturday when we used to
Yeah.
work together and we were
Oh, yeah.
slam jammed, just like slamming through transactions. We like couldn't even fucking breathe. All the people would leave the
Yeah.
store. And we were like, those were the times. Oh
Ugh.
my god.
I It is so funny though because when I think about the bookstore, like I'm always like thinking about like the good customers, and I'm like, oh, I miss our customers so much. And then I talk to you, and I'm like, oh yeah, It's
Yeah.
not- most of our days were not like the twins and like Linda. Most of it was being
No.
like, yeah, that's only a hardcover. No, I can't get it in paperback. That doesn't exist. Uh huh.
Oh my god. Most of it was like elderly people on the phone wanting to special order shit that's been out of print for 10 years, and you were like, no, I can't get it. No, it's no.
Nope.
No.
Nope.
Oh my god.
One of my coworkers asked if I thought I'd be a good server, like in a restaurant, and I was like, no, no, I would not. He was like, why? And I was like, because one customer would say one rude thing to me, and his mashed potatoes would be in his lap. Like I would not. I would just. I would not be good at it. And he was like, yeah, you
Oh,
do. You give the energy to the customer that they give to you. And I was like, that's a
that's
very nice way of
true.
saying I'm incredibly rude to people if they are like even the slightest bit rude to me.
Honestly, though, I always loved it. I always sometimes it was so funny to see you do that. I had to go in the back because I was trying not to laugh so hard because it was so fucking funny to see some Karen come in
I
and
don't.
give you shit, and you just gave the same energy right back, and she was just upset. And it was always like she was trying to return like a $2 card or some shit
Yeah.
that was like totally irrelevant and did not matter. It was so funny. I had to remove myself to the back to laugh. I was
Just
dying.
I don't mean to. Oh yeah.
It is a
Oh yeah, yeah,
nightmare.
yeah. Yeah, I jumped straight from retail to the food industry. So I'm really but honestly, our customers at the store that I'm at are like 99% really, really awesome. So like it's the
That's
best
cool.
food that I've been in. It does take it out of you sometimes. It surely does. Um yeah. I don't like I know it's a bad thing, right? Like I'm not I'm not I'm not so immature as to understand that it's like not a good quality to not be able to keep your cool when somebody's yelling at you when you're in retail. Like that means that you're
I think
bad at
it's
your job.
hilarious.
But like also I'm coming up on 30 faster than I'd like to
Dude,
admit, and I'm not going to let you talk to me like that. Like
it's
it's just not
rude.
happening.
No, and I
And
don't frankly, I think that's the right attitude to have. Like, they don't want that to be the attitude you have, but
mm,
I mean, you gotta set a standard somewhere for these people because they just be coming in pulling the rudest shit you've ever seen. It's ridiculous.
well, and at this point,
It's rude.
especially with the job economy the way it is, fire me. There's another coffee shop up the road. Like I'm not
Yeah.
no. I don't care. And
Yeah,
especially
I
at the
know.
bookstore, I was like, bro, I could make more money working at literal McDonald's than this.
Yes.
Try and talk to me like that. Go off, see what happens. Like I was like just not gonna have it,
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah.
which
I
isn't
remember
great.
there was that one time some weird guy called on the phone and was being creepy. And it was like the third creepy guy that day. And I point blank just hung up the phone. And I was so
Good,
pissed. And our
good.
manager was like, "Are you good?" I was like, "No, he was being a creep and an asshole." So I hung up. Fuck him. I don't care. You gonna fire me? I would make more at Panda Express, bitch. Like,
Yeah. Oh,
I don't
100%.
care. I was like, no, I'm
Yeah,
not doing this today.
I bring a
Creeper
"what are
number
you gonna
3.
do? Fire me" vibe to the job that bosses really don't like. If we're being honest, but
I
like
understand.
what?
I
And that's the
understand.
other thing is that you and I. Sorry.
Yeah, we don't need you. That's so true.
That's what I'm trying to. That's the energy I'm trying to see in
I
jobs.
love
We
the
don't
jar
need
for the
you.
names of people who suck.
That's awesome.
That's
Like
iconic.
a that's like some voodoo shit.
That is. I love that.
Ugh.
That's so good. Honestly, I'm kind of at the point with my job where I'm like, I do the work of 3 people. You can't
Yeah.
fire me.
That I was
What are you
just
gonna
gonna
do?
say, you and me both know that like we work
Dude.
hard enough that when we're like, so fire me, they can't. What are you gonna do? You're gonna lose me? Okay, have fun with that. Like it's not gonna happen. And especially
No.
at the bookstore.
I love that. That's iconic. Yeah, exactly. You should.
I'm
You should fire them.
y'all hiring? I that's crazy.
That's iconic.
Good. Good. Don't like it not you know. it sounds a little trite, but like it does cost $0 to not be the worst. You know what I mean? Like just
That's
don't
super
be the.
true.
It's so easy to just, and I understand being frustrated. Like, listen,
Mhm.
something goes wrong, or you just come in hot because you've already had a bad day, and something's taken a long time, or you don't get the answer you want. I get it. I've been there. Do you think it's the fault of the person who's making, especially where you are, 3.25 an hour? Do you think they're the what they purposefully contaminated your fries so they aren't crispy enough? Like they don't care. They're not emotionally invested in the situation. They
Mm.
clocked out mentally 2 hours ago, and they have 6 hours left on their shift. Like,
Dude, I know. It's so interesting too, because now, like, it's been a while since I was in like the retail environment day to day,
mm,
but still, when I go into a place, even if shit is like totally on fire,
yeah,
I just don't care because I've been
no,
on the other side of the counter and I totally get it. And people
yeah,
are so like apologetic, like the cashiers and stuff. And I'm like, no, man, don't
yeah,
worry about it. I'm fine. I'm like, dude, I've been there, so I get it. I don't give a fuck. Like, you
yeah.
can take an hour. I understand.
I
You just have a better attitude about it when you've done it before. It should be mandatory because the Karens come in and they've never worked behind a cash register, and you can tell because they just
Yep,
have no empathy for other people at
yeah.
all.
Asking you to
It's
do
sad.
impossible stuff and then getting mad when you can't do the impossible stuff. And it's
Yeah.
like, do you think I'm doing this on purpose? Do you think I'm trying to
No.
make your day worse? Do you think I care that much about you? I know you think you're the main character, but like to me, you're one of the 150 faces I'm going to see in the next 3 hours, and I'm not going to remember you exist once you leave, except for that lady who was rude to me. Like,
Yes.
it
Exactly.
just doesn't
I
it
know.
doesn't get you anywhere. And also, if you are nice and you are patient, there have been plenty of time. I probably shouldn't say this publicly. There have been plenty of times where somebody had a long wait on a drink because like I messed up or because something went wrong or whatever, and I like upgrade a size for them, give them a little thing for free, give them another like whatever. I'll try and help you out. I'm actually not
Mhm.
trying to make sure you have the worst day. If you're
Yeah.
nice to me, but if you're rude to me, get out. It's
I know. I know. We're extra nice if you're cool.
crazy.
If you're not cool,
Yeah,
then
yeah.
live,
The
laugh,
lengths
leave,
we went
ma'am.
to
Like, I
for
don't.
Linda.
Goodbye.
Live, laugh, leave. It's so different.
I
That's
I
crazy.
saw that one. I saw that online somewhere recently, and I was like, I need that painted on the wall behind every cash register, ever, for real.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, that's crazy. My co I saw this post online. I showed all my coworkers where it was this girl, she's working at like Aldi's or something, and she was like, I was having a really bad day, so I got on like the mic and I said, please someone come relieve me at register two. I'm about to become the Joker. And I have never seen them come that quickly. And so whenever anything like goes wrong in our store now, like my coworkers will just be like, I'm about to become the Joker. And I'm like, okay, get on this different section. Like that's our code for like I've hit my limit. It's done. I'm about to become the Joker. I'm like, well then hop in the back and do some dishes, brother.
I love that.
Oh,
That's the level I feel like I'm on. I've been on that
mhm,
level for like a couple of weeks. I was like,
yeah, yeah. Like this is my villain origin story right here.
exactly, exactly. That is how I
I love
feel when I get so many emails and everybody's just like being so passive aggressive and rude and straight up spell my name wrong, even though I've been there long enough where they shouldn't be spelling my name wrong. I'm like,
Oh
what's
yeah,
wrong with you?
like great.
That's rude.
Spelling your name wrong is crazy too.
I'm like, I know when you type emails on your phone, it be spell checking it to Alexa, but I need you to proof it before you send me that because that's gonna piss me off immediately. That's not okay.
I need to
And this
send out
is
a request to all adults. Not even a request, just a real question. Y'all not checking your emails before you hit send? Sometimes
no,
I get the most indecipherable shit, and I'm like,
me too.
well, I know you know how to spell. Like, I know you know. So what is this?
They just don't. They don't at all. It's so frustrating.
Huge,
It's
like,
so
thanks
frustrating.
sent from my iPhone energy from most of
Yeah,
the adults I interact with. And I'm like, just read it. It takes two
it's
seconds.
bad.
Yeah.
It's bad, bad. Yeah, no. We just had like a huge I think I'm also just like dying because we had like the one of the biggest events of the year was like the first week of April. And our director who normally runs that, is the one
Yeah.
who left for UCLA a couple months ago. And she straight up told the leadership was like, they were like, well, we're not sure if we should have this event because she left. And she told them, if I leave, you should not have this event without me because
Yeah.
it's going to be awful.
Yeah.
And they did it anyways. And they asked
Mm.
me, hey, could you step up and cover some of this director level work for the same pay that you currently make?
Literally, I would have been like, if I get overtime, give me time and a half and I will. Are you kidding me?
So I helped them with it. And we fundraised like $1.3 million in 2 days because I helped them with it. And it's the most in the
And you're not
history
gonna.
of the university ever for this event ever. It's never made that much before. We're frozen.
Yeah.
It does that sometimes. I love when it does that.
Iconic.
Anyway,
Your
I
face.
love your face in this moment. That's hilarious.
See, I'm still moving for me. You're frozen for me.
Cool.
I'm gonna take a picture of what you look like.
Oh God.
Oh, that's just my face. Oh no. Oh no, no, I didn't get a picture before you left. Hang on, let me turn off my camera see if it helps. Am I
Dude,
back?
I turned my camera off and it doesn't look like it's off.
Oh, you're still frozen.
Oh my
Love that.
God. But yeah. It was super successful. And now I'm like, that's super cool.
Yeah, congrats.
Please pay me more. How long is my face gonna be frozen here? Hello? I swear
Wait,
to God, it does it every single time I do a live. It happens like once.
I love that. Okay, I'm looking
It's
on
really
YouTube right now
annoying.
to see what it looks like, and yeah, it looks like you are the only one who is frozen online.
I love that for me.
Iconic.
Oh my God. That's great. Can I even put comments up?
Riot at your job. That's what I'm saying.
Anyways, whatever. I'm sorry I'm frozen. It's super weird and annoying. But
It's
yeah.
okay. We doing
So
another sprint, by the way?
we definitely should.
Yeah.
We definitely should.
We had a good chat.
Super good
See, this
chat.
is the
Wish
problem with us.
I
I was looking at your book club videos, and I was like, all of them
Mhm.
were like an hour 20, and then ours was like 4 hours. It was ridiculous.
That's because we're like very chatty
True.
and also know
True.
each other really well. So like it's
True.
not, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh, I don't mind it. Listen, I'll talk to you. I'll talk to you all dang day, but I guess I'm like, if I'm gonna be a guest on your channel, I should probably try and do the thing that you want. Stop getting so dark. Should probably do
It
the
can
thing that you want me to do on your channel.
dude, I don't care. You can stay as long as you want to. It's a Sunday.
Fair enough.
The only other thing I got going on is having the Sunday scaries, man, you know?
Love that.
So I'm here to hang. Can
And
my face
I have
unfreeze?
tomorrow.
Holy shit.
I have
Ah!
tomorrow off too, so I'm very excited about that. But I want to say, okay, I went to Trader Joe's. This is not a sponsor, but I went to Trader Joe's and I got these butter almond thins, and
Dude,
they're keeping me alive. They're so good. They're so
that's
good.
hilarious.
And then my sister has introduced me to just freezing Cool Whip, and then we'll just take like
What?
Cool Whip, frozen Cool Whip, and Nutella, and put them on these bad boys. Oh,
You
sheesh.
had me at Nutella. You know I am down bad for Nutella.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. No,
The
I'm
fact
letting you
that
know. They're so good.
the fact that Nutella doesn't sponsor me is an incorrect choice, I
Nutella.
think.
Sponsor this
Listen.
frozen bitch today.
Should I just reload the page? I'm scared. I'm scared to push
Maybe.
buttons.
I mean,
Normally it
listen, you can
unfreezes by
try.
itself eventually.
What's the worst that happens? We cancel and then we have to get back on and start a new live stream? I'm not pressed.
Alright, I'm gonna try it. I'm scared.
Okay. Dos Vidania if we cancel. Oh, it's just me. Hello, everyone. You all really should read Mary. Anybody watching this, it's so good. It's so fun. I am so excited to talk to Alea about it because it's a good one, and it's gonna be. I think it's gonna be something awesome. And if you read this and you like it, you should read Underneath by Lily Wong, which it looks like is going to be one of the other book club picks. And also, it's just a very good book. Lily Wong is a very talented writer. It's about a woman who kills her children by smothering them. Very dark, very fun, just delectable. You also, if you like those, if you like women and horror, Curse Bunny by Bora Chung, if you're into short stories. Slapper, banger, heater, so good. And I think this one popped off on BookTok. Maybe I'm wrong. But you also should read Chouette, which is a Clara Shetsky book that's about a woman who gives birth to an owl. It's domestic horror. And it hits. I'm waiting to see if Alea's texting me. She's not. It's good. It's really, really good. I feel like I'm gonna exit and see if Alea is anywhere here. All that happened is I have a notification that says you're in the show. Everyone can see and hear you. We love to see it. But yeah, if you like weird, gross stuff, that's sort of my forte. I got these guys to recommend to you. I used to be like the only one until Alea started at the bookstore who read horror. And it was kind of weird because every time, so I was like a lit fic and horror girly. And so I read a lot of like sci-fi fantasy. And so people would come to the bookstore and be like, what do you recommend? And I was like, nothing, because I don't think, what books do you like? And it was always genre fiction. And that was like a huge blind spot for me. So I would talk to Alea. That was part of how Alea and I started to be friends, is we would talk about what kind of books we liked, because I was trying to figure out what I could recommend to customers off of what Alea had told me about the books. Which I think worked pretty well. You know, you do what you gotta. But I'm also gonna check on here and see if it's just me. Is it just me right now? Or is it off? Oh, it's just not caught up yet.
Why?
Let's go! You're back! Oh, it was just me for a bit.
I had to force quit my whole browser. What the hell was that? That's really wrong.
That's crazy. I was just telling everybody, I was like, if you first of all, I was pimping out Mary again and saying go to the book club, but also I was saying
you're iconic.
If you like women and horror, these are the ones. You read Chouette yet?
Dude, I love it. Huh?
You read Chouette yet? Have we talked about this?
No. I'm scared.
You'd fucking love it. I don't think it's as gross as you think it's gonna be.
Okay.
It's very, like, it's domestic horror, emphasis on the domestic, but it's very good. It made me cry. I was like sitting.
What?
Actually, it was at the coffee shop that I ended up working at, but I was sitting there reading it at the coffee shop that I ended up working at, and I was like crying real tears in public over this book.
Oh my god. Okay.
It's so good.
That means I will have to read it for sure. Yeah. It's short too.
Yeah, it's not too bad at all.
Dude, I definitely got like a damaged copy of that. Yeah, no kidding. Holy shit. Yeah, I have a damaged copy of that as a hardcover from the bookstore. And I've had it for like 10 bajillion years, for sure. Yeah, also thanks for hosting the sprint in my absence. You're iconic.
No problem.
Love it.
It's very nerve-wracking. I don't know how I mean, I guess you get to edit your videos and have like a plan for what to say, but for someone
Well, with the lives, we don't edit them. They're just like raws, basically.
Not Buddy. That's so funny.
Sam, you're an icon.
I asked one of my coworkers if she liked horror, and she said she loved The Silent Patient, and I didn't know how to be like, so book talk horror, which is not bad, but I was just like, so if I recommend you like
some weird shit,
a really gross one, like you're not gonna like that.
You should just recommend them. My Best Friend's Exorcist by Grady Hendrix with that weird like tapeworm scene, just to like fuck them up and see what they do.
I still have never read Grady Hendrix. Not even Final Girl Support Group. Like I'm so
Dude, I
behind.
read
Somebody who likes
okay,
horror. I should have read
I
horror.
read 2. Yeah, I read My Best Friend's Exorcism, and I read the vampire one, Southern Book Club's Guide to Slaying Vampires, because that was a book
Okay.
club pick like a
Yeah,
while
yeah,
ago.
yeah. I do remember that.
That one was nasty. That vampire one was nasty. Like in like
What so?
a sexual assault nasty. And I don't really like that. I don't know if I like his writing style. I like the
Mhm.
premises for his books a lot. And he
Uh-huh.
goes there with stuff, but sometimes I'm like, were you just nasty for the shock value? Because I don't think that needed to be there. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm. Mhm. Yeah. I feel like there was one scene. There is one scene in Mary that I think you're really not gonna like. Because I really did not like it. But for a 400-page book that's entirely about women, one scene making me feel like, oh, that's a little, I don't know if that's good, is like not bad. And some writers like you're like,
Yeah, it's
okay,
all the
so do
time.
you like horror or do you just hate women? Like
Not
what's
the
what's the
questions we
tea?
want to be asking. Oh my god. Sam made her read Mayfly
Okay.
too. Okay, also, speaking of scenes that are like,
If she
fuck.
still oh
Mayfly, there's a scene in there that involves a pipe and a mouse, and it's disgusting, and you're gonna absolutely fucking hate it. And I'm Sam knows exactly what I'm talking about. But
okay.
sometimes when I'm driving, I don't know why. Driving makes me feel weird on 10 different levels. But sometimes I'm just driving down the road, and I read this book in January, and sometimes I'm just like, that fucking scene with that pipe and that mouse, though, that shit was fucked up. It just comes up sometimes in my brain, and
I
I
love
don't
that.
know what to do about that.
I
That
love
was
that.
I still think about it, and it makes me nervous. How to sell a
Okay.
haunted house.
Okay.
And it's not a haunted house story.
Also, Sam, if she's still listening to your recommendations after Mayfly, I think you're good. I think you're good.
Yeah,
Funny is
she's
a
gone
lie
down the
is
rabbit
how
hole.
you
Yes.
I'm saying.
So right. The Sam, you're so right. The ears. Yeah. The
Now I'm
ears
getting
will
nervous.
also never leave me. That
Okay.
was one of those books where I read it in like 2 sittings because I was like, I need to know what's going to happen. And then I finished it and just sat there and was like crying because I was like, this that fucked me up so much, but it was so good. It's really well written.
Okay.
I've
I
never read like serial killer disgusting scenes like that where you're like,
yeah.
that was nasty, but you wrote that really well, you know?
Have you read this is such an old book. I don't even know if it's still in print anymore.
I
Primal
have
Fear by
not.
William Deal. Okay, so I
No.
read it because Primal Fear. So Edward Norton is one of my favorite actors. His first movie was the movie adaptation of Primal Fear. It is very different from the book. This, I think, was one of the first horrors that I read because I was like 15 or 16. It was one of the first horrors that I read that had scenes that made me like, oh, okay, all right, like, and I really love it. I think if I read it now, I've read enough horror that I'd probably be like, yeah, okay, it's fine. But like, I distinctly remember reading this for the first time because the first scene is the murderer is like killing someone and it's from his perspective and he's talking, it's like very sexual. He's talking about how like the blood feels on his knife, and I was like, my 15-year-old ass was like, sure, okay, yeah, I guess. Um, yeah, it rocked me to my core, but it's very good.
Oh my god. Ooh, I pitched my friend Mayfly just by the ears alone. That's
She
terrifying.
has never read horror. She loves horror movies though. Okay,
All right.
okay,
Well, she might be able to get down with that, but
yeah. There's a scene in the movie Sleepaway Camp that I think about all the time, where it's a kill. Girl dies because a curling wand that was on got how do I say this for YouTube?
mhm.
Inserted into her, and the entire kill is like just the silhouette on the wall, so you know it's happening, but like you don't see anything, and you just hear her screaming and see the silhouette of it happening. Whoa.
Terrifying.
It's so scary. So good though. It's a great
Terrifying.
movie.
Oh, Midnight's the Darkest Hour.
No, I have not. Midnight is the darkest hour. I'll look it up.
Oh, that's the new one, from the author of that book I don't like. The lady who wrote The Last Housewife, Ashley Winstead.
The Last Housewife. Okay. I don't think I
I
know that
did
one
not
either.
like that. It was about, well, again, it goes back to, like, do you like horror? Do you hate women? But it was about, I mean, it's written by a woman and the message is really good, but it was just
Uh-huh.
so, like, so much violence against women in that book that I couldn't read it. I was trying to read it like on the beach to make me feel better, and I still couldn't do it. I was like, I gotta stop. This is ruining my vacation.
Um, this sounds in the nicest well, you said bad wreck, so you don't care. This sounds a
It's
little
like Twilight.
it sounds like one of those like Gone Girl ripoffs kind of. You know what I mean? Where there was like
Hmm.
that like phase, I mean, not that it stopped, but like that phase where it was like every author thought that they were going to write the new Gone Girl. That's kind of how this one reads to me. The Low
Yeah.
Man.
Sam goes, it's the Bonnie and Clyde Twilight fanfic, but so bad, like a train wreck. You can't look away.
The Bonnie
Yeah, that's iconic.
Okay. Okay. Bad wreck or great wreck is what the Bonnie and Clyde. Whoo! Words that should never be said in that order. None of those words are in the Bible.
I love it. Richie loves any book where somebody was like, "This book is awful." Richie's like,
I
"I'm gonna
do.
read that. That sounds great."
I do. It's not. I love a bad thing as long as I know going in that it's going to be bad. If I'm expecting it to be good and then it's bad, I'm like furious. But if someone is like, this is terrible, I'm like, okay, let me see for myself. Like, I love that.
We're here
And the
for the
same with
drama.
movies.
We
I'll
are.
watch like 1-star movies that I know are going to be terrible and watch and be like, yep, that was awful.
Entertaining at the least. Yes,
Exactly. Exactly. Bonnie and
for
Clyde
sure.
Twilight fanfic. That hits different.
That does. I've heard so many things about the Midnight is the Darkest Hour being like
Uh-huh.
just a straight up rip off of Twilight, but in a funny way where it's like Twilight enough that it's like super nostalgic for our
Uh-huh.
diehard Twilight fans. But if you're not a Twilight
Mhm.
fan, you're like, what the fuck is this? You know?
I have a weird relationship with Twilight where I did read all those books for sure. And I was sad for those movies. But then like by the time like I didn't even watch the last movie until last year. Watched all the other ones in theaters and then like by the last movie I was like old enough I guess that I was just like whatever, dude. But I
That's funny.
blasted through those books cuz they were the fourth one came out when I was like in middle school. And I was deep in to it, but I was never like how do I confess this without being cringe as hell? I was a Jacob girly, and there's not that much content if you're a Jacob girly. So like I kind of dipped on the fandom pretty quick because like for as much as they like to say there was a Team Edward, Team Jacob thing going on, it was kind of like there was a Team Edward and the losers going on, and like that's coming from a Team Jacob girly. Nobody ever thought that she was not going to end up with Jacob. We knew. And so like I did read them and I was like into it, but I was never like into it, you know?
Yeah. I never got the chance to be into it. My dad bought me the first book for
Mm-hmm.
Christmas. And I mean, I
Mm-hmm.
was young,
Yeah.
but my mom was like, did you just gift her Twilight? Because apparently he did not check with her first. And he was like,
Mm.
yeah, yeah. Because he worked at a middle school. And he was like, that's what all the kids are screaming about. I thought she would like
Yep.
it. My mom was like, she's not allowed to read that. And so my mom took it.
Top 10
And so
things that
I
would have made me
didn't
read
get to
that book
read it.
immediately.
I know. I was like, Dad bought me a book. It's the only book where she was like, no.
Wow.
Every other book
I
my entire
that's
life, she did not care.
I wish that because so once I was in high school, my mom or my grandma would read whatever I was reading. So like, and not like basically they were like, we want you to have someone to talk to about this if
That's
something
cool.
comes up that you need to talk about, which is awesome. And like honestly, I highly recommend it for parents all over the place. They didn't care what I read; they just like wanted to make sure that I had like someone to go to if like some shit went down. But they didn't ever read Twilight, and I feel like maybe my developing brain would have benefited from someone talking to me about the fact that Jacob fully sexually assaults Bella in the third one, and it's played as a goof. Like it's like a full goof and a gaff. And like I don't know if that was great for me to put in my 12-year-old brain, but whatever. Um cuz yeah, he kisses her and then she's mad as a Jacob girl. Things that make me want to read Bride.
You should.
Sam, you were also a Jacob girly. Let's go.
Bride
Yeah, Edward was boring.
Bride
I was
was
like,
Bride
he's
was
sweet.
fun. Yeah, Edward is boring, to be honest. But I
I
really
hear you.
liked Bride. It was just fun.
Mhm. Jacob is terrible and Edward is terrible. You, no one has ever been more
Yes.
right on this earth. No one has ever been more right. Yeah, Jacob is terrible and Edward is terrible. Jacob was a kind of terrible that I didn't clock as a child. Um Edward was the kind of immediately like the second my boyfriend started Wild Now, like once he left her in New Moon, I was like, I'm over it. I don't care anymore. But Jacob was weird as hell too. Alice was the correct answer. And if Stephanie Meyer wasn't a Mormon, it would have happened.
And that's that on that, folks.
That's my hot take.
All right. Well, do we want to do another sprint?
Let's do another sprint. Let me see how many more sex scenes I can
Thoughts?
read in this next sprint. I'm betting
I'm
3
scared
at
for
least.
you. Did I just?
I'm
Oh,
also
thank
scared
God!
for
I
you.
thought I froze again. I was so scared for myself there for a second.
Oh, you're good.
I'm wondering if it's my browser. If like this streaming platform doesn't like my browser,
Oh, okay. That wouldn't surprise
or
me.
what it is. I don't know if it's that. It's unclear.
Maybe it's just
Now
your
I have to
Wi-Fi.
get back. It better not be my Wi-Fi. We switched Wi-Fi, so now it's really good
Go off.
most of the time, unless I'm on a live, and then I'm like, what is happening? So I don't know why that is. Now I have to go back and pull up my nice little ambiance again because I had to force quit everything because it was on fire. Jesus.
Fair enough. Also, I will say reading like a medieval book while like birds are chirping in the background, it was hitting. It was kind of crazy because I was reading intense smut while like birds were chirping, but you know, work.
Reading I was reading about Mary eating bugs as a child while I'm listening to birds chirping.
I
Very
fully
different
when I
vibe.
was reading Mary, I like went on Spotify and was like horror ambiance and just like listened to like spooky ass like violins. I was reading it,
Spooky
which was very fun.
violins.
Yeah,
I love that. I love
yeah, it
that
was
for you.
awesome.
That's iconic. Sometimes you just got to get into it. You know what I'm saying?
Honestly.
All
Also, I think
right.
I'm gonna turn
Where
my
am I?
camera off this time because I know I was making faces last time. That was, whew, sheesh.
Richie's embarrassed.
A
Oh my
little
god.
bit.
Honestly, it hits different trying to read smut on the live sprint. You're like, I hope nobody's looking at me. Don't be looking at
There,
me
there were a couple
as you're
moments where
live.
I made a face and then I like clocked that like I was like, huh, hi. Ugh. All right.
That is too funny.
How long are
All
we
right,
sprinting for?
let's do it. Do you want to do 30 or do you want to do 45?
Let's do 30.
Cool. That sounds good to me. All right.
I just got your text that said hold on. Like it
Sorry,
just came through right now.
that was me being like, OMG, I had to log out of everything and leave you by yourself. You did so well. I'm so
You made
proud
it.
of you.
Thank you very much. All right.
Proud of you. Okay, let's do it.
416. Let's go. Hey,
Why-
you are a little frozen again. Oh,
why- Okay, I'm
hello.
back.
Hello.
Hello.
Sheesh. Where'd you
So,
get?
well, she got the call from Aunt Nadine,
Mm-hmm.
so we're still at the beginning. But
Go off.
also, the way they fired her for being old at the bookstore.
The way I was thinking of Laura the whole time.
Me too. Also, the way they were transitioning the bookstore and adding in more cutesy shit upstairs. If that's not the most, yeah,
Yoinks. You hate to see it. You really do.
you really do.
Ugh.
Wild, but it's really good.
Yeah.
I really like it. It's interesting with the voices she hears and her like talking to the little beloved ones, the ceramic
Yeah, yeah,
dolls
yeah.
and stuff.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's interesting. It's intriguing.
It is. I like it. How was your book?
So I'm on page 85 now.
Mm-hmm.
There's a little bit of tea. Because
Oh,
so the whole thing is that Beauty's parents like gave her to the prince to like serve as his like sex slave or whatever.
weird.
But yeah, hate to see it. There also is heavy implication that they did it because the two of them both also did it when they were younger. Like, and that's just kind of like the agreement between the kingdoms, which is like kind of intriguing.
What?
I'm like, okay, that's crazy world building. We kind of love that. But she got to the princess castle and then she met another one of the slaves there and she kind of has a thing for him. And so that's a little bit of tea.
That's
I now I'm intrigued.
that's a little bit. See, they started off with too many sex scenes, but now they're giving you tea, so now you're down.
Oh, I read 3 more, but
Wait, is it her and the prince?
yeah, but then he got mad. The prince got mad because he saw her looking at this other guy, Alexei, and so he was like, "Alexei, come in here," and he had sex with Alexei, which I was not expecting.
What?
So there's some gay stuff in here, which is powerful.
What?
I don't really know what's going on in this book, but I am intrigued. Like,
Was
the more I read it, the more
Alexi?
I'm like, I don't know if you're about to ask me if he was consenting because I don't know that that's something he gets to do.
Wild.
He didn't say no, but he didn't say
What a time.
what a
Yes.
time indeed.
I second that
Yeah, I
opinion.
still yeah, reading this I'm like, well now there's a story happening. So now I want to see where that goes, but I don't think none of the sex scenes have
Been
I've been like that's a
consensual.
sex scene. They're well written, but not really my cup of tea.
That's some
So that's
tea.
interesting. Um, yeah, this book is
Wow.
wild. It's absolutely wild now. And also I'm blasting through it. It's very easy to read. And apparently there's 3 of them. So if I finish this,
What?
I can read 2 more if I so
Oh
choose.
my god.
I don't know that I will, but I can.
But you certainly could.
That is an option that is available to me.
That is so funny. I just
I don't
saw
know.
this comment from Sam from earlier. I think that's hilarious. Also, Sam's cat was getting pissed about the chirping birds, and that
I
also
love that.
makes me laugh.
That's iconic.
What a blessing that there's 2 more books.
Yeah, that's a real gift for me.
Certainly
But
is.
whew, yeah, I don't know. I I honestly, I feel this almost the same way reading this that I did 50 Shades of Grey. I think this is a much better written book. But reading it and being like, if I was into this, I'd be like so into this, but like I'm not. So now I'm just kind of like reading it.
You're just kind of here for whatever happens. That's really funny.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's hilarious. I think it's
I'm just
weird
out here.
weird that he brought in the guy that she was.
When I tell you, I thought that he was gonna make them have sex, or that he was going to have sex with her and make the guy watch. Nothing in all my days prepared me for him having sex with the guy. I was like, okay.
What?
That seems like a weird power play. So
What
I
was
don't
her
know.
reaction to that? Was she
She
like,
was like so it was like from her like point of view that part was, and it was literally her being like, just don't act like you're into this guy and maybe this will stop. Like just keep it chill and just don't do anything. And so it was her just trying not to move or breathe or think, and I was like, okay, okay. But
weird?
then when it was done, Alexi, the guy who she's kind of into, like just smiled at her and then left, and she was like, "What does that mean?" Hello. So fast times at Ridgemont High, I guess. I don't know what's gonna happen.
I don't know, man.
Is
Never
this
the
the
ones you
book
want
that's
to
gonna
wait.
get?
You know what I'm saying?
If that don't still hold true.
I think about that all the time.
There's this guy, this customer at my work who he always comes in, and he tells me that he's gonna tip me a little extra for my beautiful personality, and I'm like,
Is he older?
no. I think he's younger than me, to be honest. I think he's like 22. And like, I
The
know
audacity.
he thinks he's doing something there.
Ew.
Yeah, ew. It's so much. But now, like, my coworker, who's a guy, whenever he sees him come in, he's like, Richie, go in the back. I just in the back,
That's
which we
iconic.
love.
That's so nice. It's kind of nice to have a guy coworker who's not a creep and is actually like supportive about dealing with the creepy men so you don't have to.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, no, he's a real one.
That's nice.
Yeah. And it's nice that I don't even have to, like, I didn't even say anything. It was
You
after
just
he
saw
left the
it?
first time, he turned to me and was like, "What was that?" I was like, "Right?" And he was like, "Yeah, that was too much. That was too much." It's like, ah, sure was. But the most recent time he came in before I started getting sent in the back, he told me his name, which I don't remember, but he told me his name and he was like, "Bet you're gonna remember that, huh?" And I was like, kid, like,
I
I
bet
don't
you're gonna
know.
remember his name?
But
You're
yeah,
like, brother, I already forgot.
literally, I don't remember
You're
his
still in front of me, I already forgot.
Um, yeah, no, no. And I was like,
Oh
okay,
my god.
have fun.
Little
Um,
weirdos. I love that your coworker was so on it. That used to happen to us all the time, and we did not have anybody who was like cool about it. We had that one guy who
nope.
came in. Oh my god. It was like the day after that one old man screamed at me that one time. That
Mm-hmm.
whole incident. And there was that
Oof.
middle-aged guy who came in and he was like, "How you doing? How the customers been this week?" And I'm like, "Well, I got screamed at by an old man yesterday." And he was like, "Really?" And I was like, "Yeah, that happens like all the time." And
Yeah.
he made that comment about like, "I wouldn't go back to prison, but." I was like, whoa,
Yes,
whoa,
yes.
whoa,
I
whoa.
remember that guy, and we
I
were
didn't
like,
ask you to
okay,
take him out. This
we.
was not a request for a hit, King. Please settle
I
down.
I did kind of
That's the
love
kind
that
of men we
energy
were
though.
dealing
I
with.
was like, okay, roll up to the bookstore and threaten to kill a man for us. I guess that's
I
better
mean, like,
than some
I
options.
appreciate the energy, but could we tone it down a few notches?
That's what I'm saying. Like, don't expect me to remember your name. You're lucky if I
No.
remember your drink. And I do
And
remember
that's
his
still
drink,
saying
but
a
only
lot.
because it's annoying.
Does he is he like put some oat milk in there for me or some shit like that?
No, he always okay, we have a drink that's like a caramel latte, and then we have a drink that's a caramel latte with whipped cream that's more expensive. And he always asks for the caramel latte, and then he's like, "But you'll put a little whip on there for me, right?" And I'm like, "Oh my God, dude." It's so stupid. It's like 50 cents. Pay for the whipped cream, you fucking idiot. Oh god, it makes me
Also, just the whipped cream jokes, not appreciated.
not
Not
into it.
appreciated.
Not
Not
into
cute.
it.
You're
No.
like, I'm gay and you're weird. Please leave me alone.
I've started wearing an obscene amount of gay pins, just desperately trying to get the men at my work to notice that I'm gay. And
That's
some
so
of them
funny.
have, and I love that because I've kind of been adopted by like every middle-aged man. Like they're like, you're my son now. One of them literally said, he was like, you remind me of my son. And I was like, I love you. And the last time he came in, he looked at me and he goes, you ever want to try mushrooms? I was like, am I gonna do mushrooms
You
with
ever
this
want
old
to
man?
just
Probably not.
order your drink and leave?
I love him. He can come in and call me his son and ask if I want to do shrooms with him all he wants. He's so funny. He told me I was
That
tying my
is,
shoes wrong the other day, and I was like, King, what? He was like, you do it bad. And I was like,
you
okay.
do it bad. You're like, add to the list of things I do bad. That's so funny. You do
Yeah,
it bad.
so bunch of old men have adopted me, and that's fine. I'd rather them like treat me like a kid at this point at this point in my life. I'd rather them treat me like a kid than hit on me, so we'll
Yeah,
take it.
that's
Quite
so true.
literally. Like, I'm wearing a pin that says pride with a rainbow. I'm wearing a pin that like three pins that are like gay activist groups, which I guess I get why people don't know those. I'm wearing a they them pin. I'm wearing a pin that says my pronouns are with a picture of a little frog on it. I'm like, and my name is Richie. I don't know what else I have to do. Like, when I'm sitting here in my snapback at work, like, hey, dude, what can I get for you? And they're like, hey there. I'm like, no, what do you think is happening? What?
No.
On the bright side,
Amen.
girls do get that I'm gay, so we love
Hey, there you go.
they clock it.
They do. Noelle, I have one of what? Are you talking about my grandma sweater? As I hope you're not throwing shade at my grandma sweater right now. You better not be. I'm 85. Listen, I thrifted this shit from Depop. Some grandma died for me to get this sweater. And okay, can I be so real? I thrifted this as a birthday present for my grandma, but I ordered like 4 of them because I didn't know which ones were going to get here in time. And I tried this one on just to see because we're the same size, and I fell in love with it, so I kept it and I gave her the other ones. I am 85. So if you're throwing shade at my sweater, Noelle, come at me again. If you're not, then I'm sorry I went on that tangent.
I'm
I
obsessed
love
with
you.
the concept that they're not talking about it at all, and you just immediately were like, "What, the sweater? Talk about the sweater."
I just needed a reason to talk about my sweater.
Sam, that's what I strive to be as a lesbian supporter. Oh,
Oh.
oh.
Sorry, I didn't mean to pop off about the sweater. Thank you, Noelle, for this. Supportive male coworkers. You're correct. I don't have a supportive male coworker anywhere in sight. I like the tangent.
Truly, that was the
It's true.
energy you were giving.
Dude, honestly, I like this sweater so much that I thrifted a second one and it's green and it has embroidered frogs on it. And
That's so
that's all
cute.
I'm going to say.
I
I'm
love that.
24
Yeah, and
and these sweaters are dope. And that's all I have to say.
yeah.
I was like, this is why my great grandma wore these because they are really comfortable and warm, to be
Can
frank.
I also
And they're
say the
cute.
only reason that people don't like them is because they think they're like spinster behavior, and A,
Yeah.
who cares? So I'll die alone. But B, you're literally getting married, so who cares? Wear your grandma sweaters. You're already locked
Yeah,
in.
exactly. Yeah. What are we talking about here? Yes, Sam, absolutely. Absolutely.
Real
I'm ready for the retirement home. What do you mean? I got the fits. I'm ready to go.
can I
My
say real allyship from Alea was that I would bring it out if I didn't have it in my car right now, but the time you
the
gave
sweater.
me this gave me a rainbow striped sweater, and told me that it was because you felt like you were gaslighting lesbians when you wore it,
I
and you
did.
needed a real gay to wear it.
I
That's being an
I did
ally. If you're not on that
because
level, get out of here.
that's true. It is true because you told me that people with like round glasses, a lot of times
Mhm,
that's like a signal. And I was rolling
mhm.
up to work in front of the gays with my round glasses and my rainbow sweater, and I just felt bad. I was like, this is not the level of trickery. I'm not trying to trick folks. I'm getting married to a man. We can't be doing this. We couldn't do it.
Every
It was
gay person
rude.
who I've told that story has been like, "What? Like, what? We're fine. You're allowed. Like, you're fine."
That's so funny.
Oh, the
Oh
gays
my
give you
god.
permission to wear rainbows, Alea. Don't worry.
Thank
As a
you.
lesbian supporter, you're.
Oh my god. Iconic.
You're one of those
Dude,
people who I don't get gay vibes from. Um, not in like a bad way. Just like there was never really a moment since I've met you that I like thought there was a chance you were gay. And so I feel like it's fine. I don't think you're gaslighting the lesbians. I think we all know that you just know how to dress.
I have a rainbow pass.
Absolutely.
Thank you to
Absolutely.
that is so funny.
Ugh.
Oh my
I still
god.
remember too when you turn in your resume and the first thing we did, everybody on staff was like, "We gotta look up this bitch's booktube. We gotta," because you put that you had a YouTube channel, and we immediately were
Oh
like,
my
"Well, we're
god.
finding that," and watched your videos, and that was like playing in the bookstore, like over the speakers. We're just watching like your reading
Oh my
vlogs.
god. You didn't play them over the speakers.
Absolutely,
Shut up.
absolutely, yeah.
Oh my god. I'm so glad you didn't do that in front of me. I think I would have died.
Oh yeah, no, we wait. It was like we were like watching you, and the
Funny.
second the door shut, we were like,
That's hilarious.
yeah.
Oh my god. That's iconic. My old boss told me that she used to watch my videos and that made me laugh. Because I like openly swear in my videos and stuff. And sometimes my bosses are like, yeah, I watched videos. I thought they were good. Thank you.
Well, I feel like they understand that you won't act like that at work. Like what you do in
Yeah,
your free time, whatever.
I think
Ugh.
it's funny. Friendship.
I
Worst nightmare. Yes, Sam. I agree. Over the speakers is a lot.
yeah.
Oh my god.
I told I told my coworkers, and I shouldn't have said this, okay? So it's my fault. But I told them like my full name because I
Mm,
was like I changed my name so that people
mhm,
wouldn't like look me up because I used to act and it was really embarrassing to have my coworkers like look me up. I did that when I like first started, right? In like August. 2 weeks ago, I'm sitting with my coworker Andy, and one of my new coworkers was like, "What's your like real name? Like what's Richie short for?" And I opened my mouth and Andy was like, "Oh, you don't know it? Oh," and I was like, "Andy, that is not your story to tell. Like, do not do that." And he was like, "Okay, okay, I won't. That's fine." And I was like, "No, I'll tell you though." And so I told her, and then he looked at me and he went, "Why don't you want them to know?" And then name dropped the web series I was in when I was 19, and I was like, "What?" He was like, "Yeah, I've seen it." And I was like, and he waited to drop that on me for 8 months. He saw it when I first started and just kept it so he could drop it on 2 weeks ago. And I was like,
He's
man,
been
ooh,
waiting for
ooh,
that.
ooh, ooh. Like I was so impressed. So yeah,
That is
he's seen
so
it. And I
funny.
was like, that's why.
Oh my god. At least now you don't have people coming into your work using your old name
Yeah,
because you moved far
yeah,
enough away that nobody is coming in with that.
yep. One of my
I was
coworkers
just
told a
waiting for
customer
that.
though. One of my coworkers
Why?
told a customer because he's an idiot, and the customer was like, "Can I call you that?" And I was like, "No." And he was like, "Well, what
No.
about?" And I was like, "No." And he was like, "Well,
No.
maybe." And I was like, "No, you can't. You literally can't." I was like, "I will have you kicked out of the store if you do." And he was like, "Oh, it's that serious?" Yes, it's that serious. Don't call me that. Like, you don't know me like that,
No.
brother. Ugh.
You're like,
I don't
"Are you
even
my
dislike my
dad?" It's
name, but don't,
no.
literally the only person in my life who still calls me that name is my dad. And like he gets the pass because he's my dad, but barely. Like,
That's so true.
Truly. Truly. And like we're good, so it's fine. But like, y'all behave.
Yeah. Yeah. Noelle changed theirs too. So with
Go
both of you
off.
guys, if people be calling you the other name, I'm like,
Oh yeah.
don't say that.
One time my coworker, same coworker who told a customer, called me that because I guess I wasn't paying attention. He had said Richie like 4 times and I didn't hear it. And so he
Oh.
dropped my real name and I turned around and went, "What?" And like yelled and he was like, "Oh, I'm sorry." And I was like, "Okay, I'm also sorry, but like don't do that." Ugh. Yeah. Don't do it. It's
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 rude.
it's so easy to not.
I know. I was so
Uh,
glad when Noelle got their work email switched to Noelle because it was so fucking
you love to
weird
see.
not having it be that. Confusing
Oh
all
yeah.
of the middle-aged Karens
Oh yeah.
at the university who were like, "Why does your email have this instead of the name we call you?"
Now I'm at the
Oh my
point where
god.
my boss like pulled up like my tax information for my W-2 and saw my legal name and went, "Ew, what's that?"
Me. Me with your
It's like
guys's
your everyday.
like given names. I'm like, we don't use that here. So sorry.
My boss also told me that my legal name is cringe, which made me laugh really hard. I was like, "Okay, well you don't gotta you don't gotta do all that. Come
I gotta do
on."
that. Oh my god. That's a good point. Yes.
Yeah, you don't know me like that. That's not
That's
cool.
weird. That's
It's
weird.
yeah, it's weird behavior. And that's the thing too, is like that's the perfect example where I'm like, you know how to do it. You know that it's weird. Like if my friend's name is Tim, I'm not just gonna roll up and call him Timothy. Like that's not I don't do that. And so like I'm like, do you like this to all your friends or are you picking me specifically? And question why you're picking me specifically. Like
No, I get it. This is iconic though. I love no. Oh my god.
that's the energy
Ugh,
I like to see. That's so funny.
yes. Oh my
Oh,
god. That's a mood.
honestly.
Dude, I definitely ripped a lady a couple weeks ago for getting my name wrong because I was like, I've had multiple in-person conversations with you, and you just called me Alexa in like 2 emails. And I straight up was like, I responded to her question that I was like, also, my name's not Alexa. And she was like, oh my God, I'm so sorry. I promise I know your name. I'm like, do you?
Do you?
Then get it right.
Yeah. If you do, that's kind of even more embarrassing for you.
Yeah, no kidding. I'm like, that just means that you don't double check your emails. And I wish you would because you're offending
100%.
people. So quit being rude. Good Lord. I'm like, listen, if you're going to be a bitch, that's fine. But you better get my name right first because that's just rude if you don't. That's too much.
You better come correct if you're trying to come for me.
Yeah. You know,
Ugh.
I have a baseline standard. All right.
Oh
You
yeah.
can be
Yeah.
rude, but if you get my name wrong and you're rude, then I'm going to say something to you because that's not okay. So come
One
on
of
now.
my coworkers told me like a week ago that all of us have been pronouncing her name wrong the entire time. And I was like, what do you mean? And she was like, well, I mean, like, I don't know. It doesn't really matter that much. And I was like, it's your name. It's your name. Of course what are you talking about? She's like 19. I was like, girl, you gotta listen. You don't gotta be a bitch, but you can be a bitch about that. We're pronouncing your name wrong.
Oh my
So,
gosh.
gotta relearn how to pronounce her name because
I was wrong.
nobody.
Honestly, though, I get it. Like, you've been at a place too long and you didn't correct them like the first week. And so now they all just know you like that. And it's too late to say anything and you're
Oh
embarrassed.
yeah. Oh yeah. Which yeah, I
Been
do
there.
understand, but I also was like, girl, it's us. Like,
That's true.
come on. You think
That's
I of
funny.
all people am gonna not care? And she was like, yeah, it's not. It's just my name. I'm like, no, yeah, exactly. It's just your name. Like, the
Dude.
most.
Yeah.
So we hate to see it.
Honestly,
We
yeah.
hate it.
I had a doctor do that to me. I went to that same doctor for like a year and a half and she called me Alea. And it was too late. I couldn't there was nothing I could do at that point. It was embarrassing. But
Yep.
every time she said it, I was like, yeah, maybe you ran some tests, but you don't know me that well, girl, because you're still getting my name
Uh-huh.
wrong. So Like,
but
I thought I straight up quit going to her because I was like, if this bitch calls me Alea one more time, I think I'm gonna have to throw hands. Like, it's just
yeah,
bad. I definitely corrected her
that's
like the first couple of times, and then she just never got it.
okay.
I
Well,
was
that's
like, okay.
different.
I was like, really?
Yeah, we've.
Crying inside every time. Yes.
I'm trying to think of a name that's like similar. Okay, like if her name was like Ariana and we had been calling her like Ariana the whole time. It's like one of those
Hmm.
things.
Yeah.
I was like, that's such an easy fit. It's not like first of all, it's not like you told a lie about what your name was. It's literally just
Yeah.
about like just tell us. And
Yeah.
we'll
It's just a
say your
pronunciation thing.
ugh, ridiculous. Ridiculous.
I get it though. Being 19 and you're like, I just don't want to inconvenience anybody by
It's
making them feel bad about saying my name wrong.
inconvenience us, brother. Yeah, by making people feel bad about my literal
God.
name. Just crazy. Yeah. I don't know.
I get it.
I do. I wish I didn't, but I do.
Yeah. Honestly though, when I was younger, I used to hate my name because nobody could ever
Mm,
say it. But now I kind of like it because now it's kind of a good tester to see if people are assholes or not. If you've like met them multiple times and they know your name and they've heard other people say it and they still get it
yep.
wrong, I'm like, okay, well, that
Yep.
just means that you're an ass because you're not, giving enough of a shit to try and remember
Yeah.
or just asking me instead of just being rude about it.
Oh yeah.
So,
Yeah. You should ask him. You should be
yeah.
like, hey, I feel like a real dumbass, but I don't know how to pronounce your name, and I'm trying to get that right. Because if he's the type of guy who gets mad about that, then fuck him anyway. But like, most people will be like, oh, thank you.
Yeah, at least you're asking instead of just assuming and saying it wrong.
Absolutely.
I feel like that's one of those names too where my brain is always like, Stefan? you know?
I see. I thought Stefan. So there it is.
Stefan, Stefan?
The duality of man.
Yeah. It's those vowels, man. It just depends on where you're from.
Yeah.
Pecan? Pecan?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. But also, like, it's your name, and people
Yeah.
should take the time to learn how to say your name correctly. Demand.
That's
If you're gonna
yeah.
listen, if you're not gonna demand any other respect for yourself, because you're 19,
Let it
I
be
get that.
that.
But like, your name is like the number one. Like, you gotta at least demand that level of respect for yourself. It's your name. You can't have your coworkers rolling up saying your name wrong. She's been there for like 2 years.
2 years?
That's what I'm
Oh my god.
saying.
I didn't
And
think it
I'm
had
like,
been 2 whole years. That's a long time.
no, it's been forever. I was like, like,
Girl,
you kidding? I came in and told you all to call me a name that has nothing to do with my given name.
that's true. Ooh, the boss says it
Work. I feel
differently.
that. I feel that. Trash
That's a hard
behavior.
one.
That's rough. Man. Ugh.
Oh my god. Dude, now I'm thinking about Barry. Just think about
What
this
did you just
this
say? You
book.
cut out so bad.
Sorry, I'm thinking about this book, Mary.
Yeah.
Having thoughts already.
Okay.
Just interesting.
I'm
Well, when
excited
she's
to talk to you
just
about this.
feels like a ghost. Yeah, she just feels like a ghost in the basement of the bookstore. And like the guy's like, "Yeah, I forgot to fire you like 2 weeks ago." Like, what?
Oh.
That's fucked up.
Ooh. That's so rough.
Oh my god. But I'm interested to learn more about her aunt Nadine too.
Aunt Nadine is
She's
is
like,
a character. Yeah. I I do think you're gonna like it. I think you picked good on this one. Like, not that you haven't before, but like, I think this one is like a real heater. Um,
I'm excited.
and I'm also so glad I didn't text you about it because I didn't know that you hadn't read it yet, and so I was fully about to be like, "Oh my god, this scene," and then I didn't, and thank goodness I didn't. So I was like, "I'll save it for the
I
book
try to
club."
read it.
Good.
Yeah. I try to like save the books until right before we have a live show so I don't forget stuff. Because I'm an idiot, you know?
No,
Because
no,
otherwise
I
I'm like,
started it.
who?
I started it because A, I didn't know exactly what day we were gonna do it, and B, I didn't know like how much time I was gonna have, and so I was like, well, if
Yeah.
it's 400 pages, I have to start it like now just to make sure that it's like done by whenever we do this. And then I
Mhm.
found out the day, and it was a week later than I thought it was gonna be, and then I finished it in 4 days anyway because I just really liked it and blasted through it.
There you go.
So ain't that the way?
I love that. Honestly, I
Took one of my
feel
days
pretty good
off.
about the book club picks that we've had in
Yeah,
2024 because there hasn't been any that I've been like, "Oh, this is bad." You know?
yeah.
Like, I've enjoyed all of them. So
Which
and Maeve was a
I
5 star, so
This one, I am thinking like a 4.5 or a 5. I've been like going back and forth, and I think the second read is gonna lock it in for me. I really
I like that.
liked it.
I like that
Um,
a lot. That's super cool.
yeah.
I'm stoked.
I think that
Book club.
Yep. Yeah, you're like, well, if I'm gonna have to talk about this on the internet, I should probably read the book. Ugh, not trying to pull a high school and have a class discussion off the clip notes.
Yeah, no kidding. Oh my god. I know, I'm always like, "This is my book club. I have to read this book." You know?
That would be iconic if you rolled up to a book club and you were like, "Hey, straight up,
You're
haven't
like, "I
read
didn't
it,
read it."
so have fun talking."
That would be so funny.
I would
Oh
love
my
that.
god.
I also
That's
think if you
iconic.
do land on a book that like is not that good, I still think there's like pros to that because it's kind of fun going into a book club and being like, "Y'all seen this trash? Y'all read this trash?"
Honestly, yeah, I've kind of been thinking about that. Like I almost wish there's been one that was so bad so we could all scream about how bad it was because I love
Yeah,
doing
yeah, yeah.
that. You know?
Yeah.
I love that. That's funny.
Ooh. Okay. I
I
feel
to be
like
real, I didn't even know that was an option that I could do.
yeah, don't tell Aaliyah that. Aaliyah will never read a book again.
Sam's out here telling me the secrets. That's hilarious. Okay, also there's this one other one that we're definitely going to read for book club. Not me, just
Okay.
spoiling everything for book club, but at this point I'm excited and I don't care.
Okay.
It's called The Eyes Are the Best Part. Richie, you would love this. Get this. Asian rep, female serial killer, debut novel, has a giant bloody eyeball on the cover. And it's
Okay,
short.
okay. The eyes
It
are
looks
the
so good.
best part.
Sam's screaming because she voted
You
for
voted
that.
that
Because I
one.
did
Let's go.
I did a couple polls on the book club Instagram to see what people were into because I had a lot of ideas for
See.
books we could read. But that one won by landslide, and I think it's going to be really good.
Can I
So
say
that's
something
coming out.
controversial yet brave? This
Yes.
says it's Crying in H Mart meets My Sister the Serial Killer, and I'm wondering if the Crying in H Mart rep is just because they've only read like 2 books by Asian authors.
Yeah, because that's
Like,
literally a
Crying in
nonfiction
H Mart
memoir
was just a
about some
memoir.
moms
Like,
dying.
it was not
Yeah.
whatever. Maybe I'll change my mind when I read it.
Does that just mean it's like sad? It's totally different. It's serial killer fiction. What do you mean?
Yeah, I'm very
I'm confused.
confused by that. But all right, go off, I guess.
Me too.
Ooh, I'm looking at some of the covers on the like you might also like. Or Mom's Dead, very few.
Yeah,
True.
that's true
What
too.
is this?
Yeah, that's Diavola. That's the one for next month. New release, gothic story. I don't know. That one, the synopsis
Oh,
does not
fancy,
match the
huh?
cover, in my opinion. It's about like some girl who goes
Okay.
on vacation with her family, and she's like the black sheep, and they go to some haunted villa for vacation. But that cover is giving, in my
Not
opinion, it's
that.
given like, no, it
Renaissance
looks like,
horror.
yeah, that's what I was thinking. Some like medieval nun in a catacomb. I don't know. Yeah.
There's only one not me
Yeah, I
looking for a
agree.
used copy immediately.
Yeah, that author for Diavola,
Okay, okay,
her last book didn't get great reviews. I still want
okay,
to read it though. Loot. The cover for that one's really cool too.
okay.
But I don't know. I heard some good reviews from other YouTubers for Diavola, and some of the girlies were saying it's one of the best horror of 2024.
Okay,
And some of them like gave it 5 stars and loved it. So I was like, okay, that's
fair
a
enough.
risk, but I'm curious about that author, so we'll see what happens. But
Yeah, yeah,
yeah, so
yeah.
we got some potential bangers
It's
coming
on
up
the
here.
way.
We'll see. Maybe they're all going
Cool.
to be trash, but I don't know.
Always a possibility.
Yeah.
I was trying to look at the frequently bought together uh on the terrible website that I don't actually buy books from, I just look for books on. Um to see if I've read the other one. And have you heard of A Certain Hunger? Because they're recommending Tender as the Flesh.
A certain hunger is that yeah. That's also like a cannibal serial killer lady
Ain't that the way? Ain't that the
deal.
way?
But I've heard it's really literary though, so some people don't
Mm,
like the writing, I think.
okay. Okay.
Sam says
I
Certain Hunger
do.
is so good. I have not read it. So maybe I should.
Good to know. It kind of
That could be a
reminds me
good
of what's
book
that
club
one
too.
that's about the girl vampire? That was the least descriptive thing I could have possibly said. It came out when we were working at the store, and it's got like the lady with the apple on the front.
Yes. Woman Eating.
Yes. Thank you.
You gave me
What?
vampire
Why did I
lady
sound
like
like a?
this with an apple.
Why
It's
did
like
I
book
sound like a
charade.
customer too? Just rolling up and being like, I don't remember the name or the author, but it's got a lady like this. You're like, all right,
It's like a
okay.
vampire or something.
Ugh.
Okay, this is for Certain Hunger. Beautiful prose.
Okay.
Nice.
Food critic who's a cannibal. That's fun. We love that.
Yes.
Okay.
Very cool. Didn't
Food
hate
critic.
loot. Quiet horror. Small time mystery. Yeah.
Okay.
That's the other one by the same author as Diavola.
Yeah. This is woman eating with dark cereal. Ooh. Okay.
I
Okay.
like that.
Yeah, we
Yeah,
can
Certain
get
Hunger.
behind that.
That could be a good one.
Yeah.
That could be a good one. I know. I've been like racking my brain for ideas for backlist book club picks because the
Mm-hmm.
new releases it's pretty easy because you know what's popping. But
You need backlists. I haven't read a book since 1982. You hit me up.
right, ain't that just the way? I'm like, what's backlist, but would still be like cool and interesting
Yeah.
for those of
Yeah.
us goobers who didn't read it when it was like popping off. Me.
I I was talking to my sister when I was like picking what book I was gonna read for today. And I was like, the problem is like all the books that I want to start are books that like were popping off and like I have completely missed the hype. And so I was like, I don't know, like I have like mostly dead things behind me, and I was like, I know
Hmm.
that book went off. Like everybody
Yeah.
was talking about it, and I bought it and then did nothing with that. So it's just sitting there
Yes.
on my bookshelf. Anxious People, I got right next to it. I also have tried
Yeah.
because
Me too.
our old manager recommended this one.
Yeah, she did.
I'm trying so hard with this one. Sometimes the YA is with like I've been gay for long enough now that like I'm 16 and figuring out that I'm gay for the first time books have like kind of stopped hitting for me. Like keep writing them. I'm not the only gay in the world. Like I'm sure people are digging them, but like for me, I was like, I don't know that I need to like go through this emotionally again when I did it 15 years ago. Like I think I'm probably good.
Hmm.
So I'm struggling with it. But I still
Yeah,
have
I
it.
get that.
Maybe that's when I'll purge.
Sam, I have not read Mr. Magic, but the cover is pretty. Have you read it? Is it good? I feel like I haven't heard anything about it. Maybe I live under a rock, but let me know.
The Kirsten White
Let
one, Sam?
me know. Is that by Kirsten White,
Cool
Mr. Magic?
cover.
It's the one with the hot pink cover, right?
This one?
Yeah, 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 yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Is that Kirsten White? I haven't
Yes.
touched Kirsten White's books with a 10-foot pole because I heard so many bad things about the yellow cover one with the Ferris wheel. I forget what that one's called, but
Oh, that's her. I
yeah,
know.
that's her. That's why I
Okay.
haven't.
That's so real of you,
Okay with
actually.
Kirsten White.
Hide.
Oh,
Kirsten White's
yeah,
name.
Hyde I heard was
Okay.
awful. But Sam said that Mr. Magic was good. Okay.
Okay. So what
I might have to
was
look at that.
Hyde about again?
I mean, the premise of
Oh,
Hyde
okay.
sounded really
Honestly,
cool,
yeah.
but
Reading the premise of Hyde, you liked Hyde. I'm assuming, Sam. That sounds right. Oh, this
cool.
is kind of fun. It's almost like a battle royale
Oh,
in an amusement park. That's fun.
yeah.
Hmm.
Ooh, spooky about her deconstructing Mormon religion. That's cool. I'm
Ooh.
assuming that one's what Mr. Magic is about. Cool.
Yeah.
That does sound really good.
Yeah. That's
Okay, so
fun.
Sam liked them both. Dope.
Sure did, but everyone hates it.
Interesting.
Heard, felt, seen.
That's funny. I don't know why everybody hated it though. I don't know if they thought it was like the horror stuff was bad or what. But
That's honestly, I feel like Hyde is one of those books where I just heard it was bad, but nobody ever had a reason. They were just like, it's bad,
yeah,
which
and
I
I was
also
like,
tend to take
okay.
with a little bit of a grain of salt. I'm like, so can you give me anything other than that, or like what was bad about it?
Yeah, not like problematic bad,
Yeah.
but
Well, and most of the time, if something's problematic bad, people are happy to let you know why it's bad.
right,
But like
exactly.
sometimes when people say something's bad, I'm like, so was it like the plot, the prose, the characters, like what was wrong? And they're like, it's just bad. And it's like, okay, so you didn't like it, is what I'm hearing from that. I'm I'm hearing it's a fine book that like wasn't up your alley.
Which is fine.
Which yeah,
But,
go off.
you know,
But I feel like there's a difference between the book is bad and the book is not my taste. There are
yeah,
plenty
for
of
sure.
authors who like I don't read them, but I don't think they're bad. Like, I don't
Yeah,
know.
no, I get that. I get that. One thing I'm kind of struggling with a little bit for book club is I feel like it's a lot easier for me to pick like the horror selections than the
Mhm.
romance selections
Mhm.
because I know not a lot of people are into historical romance, but I like it.
And that's your yeah.
But a lot of people like the fluffier contemporaries,
Yeah.
and I like more of the monster romance, paranormal, or historical
Yeah.
stuff, but like the
Yeah.
fluffy rom-com
Yeah, like the Spanish
stuff,
love deception or whatever. I think
it
that's what people
just
are vibing with.
to me that's not very interesting.
Yeah.
And they're so long. I'm like, for what?
Yeah. No, I feel that. I feel like with the historical, I like give it a pass on them being so long because I'm like, well, you got to world build a lot. But when it's like 2019, I'm like, I get it. Can we get to
Sure.
like, I know what it was like. I was there. Like,
That's super true.
I characters probably have one outlandish.
Oh, that's for Hyde.
Got it. That makes sense.
Yeah, sometimes it's just that too. People are like, I went in with different expectations. I'm like, well, that's your fault.
Were the characters, do you think people thought they were flat, or do you think they were just not good people? Like, were they good characters, but like shitty people?
Yeah.
Because I love that. I feel like people have a hard time with that kind of stuff. Like, one of my favorite classics is Lolita, and I told someone that, and he blocked me. The last time I told someone, I was like, oh, oops. But like, I'm not saying I want to be anyone in it. I'm not morally approving of it. I just think it's a good book. Like,
Yeah, and that's fine.
yeah.
This is where we talk things out. Both of us scrambling, being
I
like,
know,
what?
right? I almost bought Big Swiss the other day, and I still should. I haven't read it yet, so I still need to.
I don't know why I liked that book so much, but I did.
I'm into it. Things where we talk things out. Okay.
I've heard a lot of people say they don't like Big Swiss, but I liked it.
I've heard a lot of people
Oh
say they
my
don't like
god.
a lot of stuff.
Sam,
Sometimes
I've
people
never
are
heard of this novella before, but a lot of my friends on Goodreads gave it 4 or 5 stars. What? This cover, though.
oh, that cover, yeah.
Can you see that? Can you
Yeah,
see
yeah,
that?
yeah. Here, let me.
That's dope. I like the cabin. That's spooky. I
It's
like
very
it.
like flowers in the attic vibes.
Mm-hmm. For sure. I like that a lot. Cool. All right, I'm gonna have to look into that.
Mhm. A cross between Misery and Darling Road. Ooh, ooh. Top to
Oh,
different
yeah.
movies, one's the most fleshed out, and it's also adult, but it reads more.
Hide.
Gotcha. Okay, I can see that. Yeah, see,
I liked Big Swiss.
Alea really talked it up, and then I did not
I liked it. I I think for me, it was the writing style.
read it.
I thought was really good.
You like the
And
audiobook
also
too, right?
the audiobook was really good, and it's a lot of, like, morally gray gays being dysfunctional, but, like, being dysfunctional in, like, a really old cottage that's full of bees. Oh my god.
Speaking of gays being dysfunctional,
I
I need to
remember when
reread
we
this
read
one
that.
the one time we read a book at the same time, and both came in and were
Yes.
like,
Yeah.
ugh.
The ending of
What was
that
my
book,
favorite thing about it?
I still am like,
We had to remove this post. Has one of maybe my favorite book endings ever. It's crazy.
that was wild.
Yeah, that was a good one.
I still don't know if I know who to believe in that book.
Which is kind of what I liked about it.
That was
Honestly,
wild.
like, oh, that one was so good. I feel like the part of the problem is like the books that I like think to like recommend to you are, half the time are like stuff that you recommended to me. So I'm like, I know you've already read it, but
That's fair. That's fair.
yeah,
I was digging around for books the other day,
yeah,
thinking about book club and thinking about like what other things we could read, even like 2025 stuff we could read.
yeah.
So apparently, Grady Hendrix has a new book coming out in
Okay,
2025. It's called Witchcraft for Wayward Girls, which I know I said I'm not in love with Grady Hendrix's writing style, but
yeah,
this one is more of like a cottage gore horror in the forest vibe,
okay,
and I do love that.
okay.
And the author of Our Wives Under the Sea, Julia Armfield, her second
Yes,
book, Private Rights, is coming out December
okay,
of 2024. And I feel like
okay.
everybody's going to be excited about that too. So,
I just remembered. Here, ignore me reaching out a frame. What about romantic comedy for a romance? I haven't read it yet, but it's Curtis Sittenfeld, so it might actually be fun. It is a contemporary one, and it's one that like kind of popped off because it was Reese Witherspoon's book club, but it's like a
okay,
backlist. A comedy writer thinks she's sworn off love until a pop star flips the script on her assumptions. Basically, she's like a Saturday Night Live writer, and then
cool,
she like falls for one of the hosts.
cool.
Sounds kind of
What's it
fun.
called? Romantic comedy?
Romantic
Okay,
comedy.
I'm noting that. Noted for the record. That's a good idea. Well, I also wanted ones that are kind of different. So I think a
Yeah.
comedy romance could be really fun.
Yeah. Yeah, because I feel like it's all well and good to be like
Yeah.
House on Abigail Lane, okay?
Keelan Patrick Burke.
Also, not me reading all of these comments out loud like I don't know how to read to myself.
No, I think it's fine. I like it.
Oh, what I was gonna say, it's all well and good to like recommend Henry or whatever, but it's like you know, like,
Yeah.
that's not helpful.
Yeah, no, I think that's a good point. Confessions. I've also okay. This have you heard about Confessions?
I think we've talked about Confessions, to be honest, but I don't remember anything, so feel
It's
free to
a
refresh my memory.
covers all black with a bunch of chairs in a circle. Does that ring a bell?
Mm-hmm. It
You
surely
know
does.
exactly what I'm talking about.
I surely do. Yeah,
This is some
yeah,
book charades we got going on here.
yeah.
But yeah, I've heard so many people say that Confessions was on their best books of the year the last 2 years, even though it's a backlist. I think
Yeah,
it's about this teacher lady, and she tells her students that she knows one of them killed her daughter.
yeah.
And I've heard it just like goes really hard and pops
Yeah,
off.
a middle school
It sounds
teacher
good.
brings her students together and announces her retirement due to the death of her young daughter. The police concluded the drowning was accidental, but she reveals that Minami was actually murdered by two students in the class, dubbing them A and B. Through interrogations, oh wow. Oh wow. Yeah, that sounds crazy.
It does. It's
That's
on
cool.
Sam's
Let me
best books of
There we
2022.
go.
Yep.
Sam, I need to is your channel just your name? I need to subscribe to you.
Sam's amazing. Love Sam.
Sam, tell me your channel. Put it in the chat. I'll subscribe.
I think it is Samantha Donovan. Sam's a homie. Yeah, you gotta
Samantha
meet the other
Donovan.
folks, Richie. There's some really
True.
cool folks on here. You know that?
There we go. Let's go. Yeah, every time I
Cool
watch one of
folks.
your videos, I'm like, man, I would hang with all these people.
Dude, you should also subscribe to Erin from Erin Megan
Okay.
because she also reads a lot of horror and stuff. She's really cool too.
Aaron Megan, go off. Look at me subscribing to folks.
Sam. Yeah, it's my name because I'm basic and boring, even though I don't go by Samantha.
Go off. That's perfectly reasonable.
I think that's awesome. Okay, do we want to do another sprint or not? What are you
Let's
feeling?
knock one more out, and then
All right, let's do it.
maybe call it at that point.
That sounds good to me.
Okay, work. We doing a 30 or 45?
Um, let's do another 30.
Excellent.
Love it. Oh, Sam's talking about Erin.
So cool.
She's so cool. She is.
I couldn't be on camera for bright action. You know, face it. Fair.
Oh, you what? I know. That was rough because last live show for book club, poor Sam was sick and was like, I don't want to have my camera on. And I was like,
Real.
that's not a problem. That's so legit. Being like, I am so ill and I don't want people to see my
Listen,
I
for
get
the
it.
backlist, you know what we should do? You know what we should do?
What?
Aaron, Sam, you, me, all doing this one?
That would
That
be
would
really fun. That would be fun. Sam's always having a hoot in the comments. We
True.
should.
Yeah.
We should do the four of us for underneath. That would be really cool.
I would be super into that.
I wonder if Aaron's read that because that is more of a backlist one. So I feel like I've
It's
never
more
heard
of a
anybody.
backlist, and I also it's a very PNW one. I think I picked this up at whatever conference I went to.
Very
That
cool.
was just like, or no, I didn't pick it up. Bree picked it up for me at the PNW conference.
Gotcha. Very cool.
But she's in like Portland or something.
Cool. Sam's
I'm
down.
saying it's good. We should do it.
Dude, we can make that happen.
Yeah.
All right. I will note it for the record.
Yes.
I love it. I love it. Okay, let me piss off Sam's cat and put the bird noise back on.
Let's get these bird noises going.
Give me the birds.
Bro, at this rate, I'm gonna finish the damn book in the next 30 minutes.
Honestly, do it. I wish you would.
I wish I would too. Finishing a book, me, in this economy.
All right.
Alrighty. See you in 30. Hello.
Hello.
We have another guest.
Love it.
She's very mad, but I'm still gonna hold her.
She's very mad. Is it because of
Yeah.
the other cat?
And no, it's because she doesn't want to be held right now, but I want to hold her.
Oh. I can't believe she's so old now.
I know. You're
It's wild.
16. You can
Old
drive.
kitty. So,
Ooh,
does she and the other cat get along ever?
no.
Or are they just fighting all the time?
No, they're fighting all the time. Most of the time they just avoid each other, so it's okay, but they're never bros. The only time actually that's not true. The only time they're bros is when one of them is getting their nails clipped and the other just like looks up at them with this look like, "Why are you doing this to my friend?" I know, little baby. I know. I know.
But the rest of the time
Keep
they're not.
staring at
They're
me.
like, we're not
Yeah.
friends.
No, they're beefing for sure.
They're beefing. That's funny. Is Eleanor older too, or no?
Eleanor's like 4, 5 maybe.
Oh wow.
Yeah, so she's got a lot of energy to her. And I think that's the thing is that Eleanor likes to play tough and will like
Mm,
go at Maisie, but Maisie is actually tough because Maisie's 16 and was an outdoor cat. And so Maisie like takes one swing back at Eleanor and Eleanor's like, "Oh my God." Like, so they're figuring it out. Oh God, goodbye.
that's funny. How was it moving across the country with the cat?
She slept under the front seat of the U-Haul for 3 days straight.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah.
Nice.
She passed out hard. But she was fine. I was like very worried because I was
Yeah.
like, well, and especially, so we didn't get our apartment until like 2 days before I left. And
Whoa.
so I had been talking with my mom, and like if we were gonna go out there and I wasn't gonna have a place to stay, my mom was like, "We can keep the cat if you want, like for a bit, and like then we can send her out when you're good." And I was like, "But I don't want to leave her." So we got the place, and I was like, "Let's go." And then I was like, "She's very old, so I'm not sure how this is gonna work, but it worked just fine." She took a couple days to like sleep, like hide and sleep, and now she's back and kicking. She's
Cool.
learning how to play, which is fun because she kind of
Very
didn't
fun.
understand toys. But like in the
Hmm.
past couple months, she started to figure them out a little bit, which we love.
Cool.
So yeah, she's doing good.
I like it.
Yeah,
I like it. I want
me
one so
too.
bad.
I know you'd be a good
So bad.
cat owner too.
I want one so bad. But Peyton's like, we should definitely wait until we move. Because he was like, moving with a cat is going to be awful. And I'm like,
It's not the most fun. It's very stressful, and
yeah,
also like if you have to, because it took 3 days. So like
right,
we stayed in hotels and we were having to like sneak her in because like there were no hotels in the place that we were stopping that were like pet friendly, and so we're like
right.
she's in my jacket and we're like going in and whatever, and it was kind of a pain in the ass. So it's definitely easier to move without a cat, but
That's true. This is funny.
they can be best friends. I'm fine with that.
I love it.
That's Maisie.
Love it.
She's my old girl.
Yeah. She was our boss's cat. And
True.
then Richie ended up adopting
Yeah.
and then moving her across the country. So
Yes. Yeah, which our boss did not like, but my thought was don't rehome your cat when they're 14 if
yeah,
you don't want the person to continue to live their
take
life.
them.
Yeah,
Yeah.
if you want to have the cat,
Ooh,
let's go.
casually. I was thinking that because I was
Just
like,
picking up
the
strays.
cat distribution system has not blessed me yet,
True.
but it could upon this
Yeah.
adventure.
Oh yeah. That's how Jace got Eleanor is Jace was like walking out of a store and saw a bunch of middle school kids like throwing stuff and like yelling and whatever and walked over to see what was up and they were picking on Eleanor.
Oh my
And so
god.
Jace was like, "Get out of my way," and picked her up. Eleanor was like a kitten. Picked her
Oh
up, took her home, and has had her for 4 or 5 years.
wow,
Yeah,
that's super cool.
crazy
I've also
stuff.
been looking at cats on Craigslist. I shouldn't be, but I am.
Feel bad.
Not me bringing home a mangy Craigslist cat and then moving across the country with it.
Hey, you know they're gonna be tough. They're a Craigslist cat.
That's true. Yeah, the mean kids
Right?
picking on the kitten. What the fuck?
Ridiculous.
That's rude.
Trash
Rude.
behavior.
It's true. But yeah.
I'm just
So
glad Jace was there.
yeah, I know. That was good
But it
time.
does mean Eleanor like hates people.
Well,
So she's
I
earned it.
mean, I guess that
If
makes
she wants to
sense.
kill me at every opportunity, that's fine.
Yes. Yeah, I was looking on
Yep.
Facebook Marketplace and Craigslist. Should I be? No. Am I?
No.
Absolutely yes. Absolutely yes. So I don't know, but I found so many good apartments in Minnesota where they allow pets and the rent is cheaper than here. And I'm like, so you mean I could pay less to live,
And have a cat.
yeah, to live in a nicer place with a cat? Why
Yeah.
would I not?
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Absolutely. Just
That's just my
saying.
thought.
Just
I
saying.
know.
Are you looking in like the city that I'm like? Are you looking around the city that I'm in,
Hmm.
or are you looking like northern? Okay.
No, I was looking around where you're at,
Cool.
but
I also don't
we'll
care if we
see.
say where I'm at. I just don't know how much info you want to let slip. I'm in one of the suburbs. I am not in Minneapolis proper. So, let me know if you do find something. I'll tell you if it's a good area or not. I'll get the tea.
Yeah, that's the other nice thing that I like is that you can tell me if you're like
Oh
that's
yeah.
shady or
Yeah,
whatever,
yeah. Because I'll tell you, the
which is
area that I
helpful.
live in right now is definitely cheaper. It is a little shadier, but it's
Yeah.
not like it's fine. Like one of those like lock your cars, but I would walk to work alone at 4:30 in the morning and be just fine. Um,
Cool.
so yeah,
Rad.
nope. I mean, this winter it was. This winter it didn't snow a damn bit
That's
out
wild
here.
to me.
So crazy. Yeah, it snowed once on Halloween, and then I mean it was cold, but it like didn't snow at all. And then it snowed like it dropped like 8 inches at like the end of March. And it was like, and then it was done. So
I'll take it.
now it was 70 last week. It's 38 today. So we love global warming.
Mhm.
Um, but yeah, no snow.
I
Which
mean,
means
that's pretty
everyone
much
is
what
like, oh,
you got
next
going
winter
on
we're
here
gonna get
too.
hit. Which I'm
Ah,
hoping doesn't happen.
yeah, that's a big mood.
Yeah.
That is a big mood. But I think it would be good.
Yeah,
I think we're at the point where we're ready, you know?
absolutely.
So I'm like, we might as well do it now while we got
Yeah.
nothing, no reason to stay,
Yeah,
you
before
know?
you have roots, before you have
Yeah.
yeah.
So, and a lot of our friends are leaving anyways because they're all graduating
Yeah.
or moving or whatever. So, except Noelle. And I would miss Noelle
Oh,
so dearly.
hey,
But
Noel's just gotta come out and visit.
I know.
I got a
I know.
I got a ragtag group of gays I roll with. We can we can add another
You got room for one more. That's funny. Well, it sounds like
um
the people are nice there too, which is
oh, they're
cool.
sick. Yeah, they're awesome. And I've told a couple of them, I was like, my friend who like, because they all know that I'm gonna be in the wedding. And I was like, my
Hmm.
friend who's getting married has been talking, and maybe he's moving out to Minnesota, and everybody was like, oh my god, we have to meet her. Let's go. That's so awesome. So like, they're all ready to
That's
meet
hilarious.
you.
That's so funny. Well, it would be cool too to move somewhere where, at least I know you. It's not like we're going somewhere
Yeah,
we don't know anybody or what the vibe is at all or anything.
yeah.
I think it would be good. And I think it
Absolutely.
would be good because then Peyton isn't going to sweat his ass off because Texas was on the list. And I was like, I genuinely don't think you could, brother.
Yeah,
I don't think you could.
yeah.
So,
Yeah. Hey, it's an option. And if you don't, honestly, even if you do end up in like Missouri, it's still fucking closer than where you're at
closer.
now.
I know.
Like,
I
not too
know.
bad.
Yeah, we were looking at the map yesterday and I was like, we could be there in 3 days. And he
Yeah,
was like, we could. Yeah,
true.
yeah, yeah. But
You
I'm like,
don't show
okay.
up to work one day, 3 days later, you just send a picture of you and me, and you're like, come find me.
You're like, I'm in Minnesota. I'm gone. Goodbye. Yeah, I'm like, how do I orchestrate a wedding, leaving my job, moving across the country, getting a new job
It's a busy year for you.
in like a matter of months?
Yeah, that's crazy.
How do I do that?
Good on you, because I would not be able to hang.
I don't know if I am hanging. If I get there and I'm insane and I'm the Joker, that's why.
That's so fair. I also just have to tell you, I just went to push up my glasses and didn't have glasses on, and so I almost just stabbed myself in the eye live on stream.
I
You'd
do
love to
that all the
see it.
time. I do this and there's nothing
Oh,
there and
okay.
I'm just
And
doing
then you just
this. And Peyton's like, what are you
you're like,
doing? I
okay,
was like, oh,
great.
I thought glasses. I was like, that's why I can't see because my glasses aren't on my face. It's not because they're
Yeah,
too far from my eyeball. Idiot.
absolutely.
Oh
Oh,
my God. All right. Well, I think it's time for us to pop
call
off
it a
and
day.
go eat food. I need to eat food.
Honestly,
It's later where
I'm
you
yeah.
are, so
It surely is. I'm gonna go make dinner. I think I'm gonna text my sister and say you can come home now. Which I didn't kick them out. Just to be clear, I didn't kick them out. They said they didn't want to be in the house and have to be quiet for a while, and I was like, okay, so they're doing
that's
whatever they're
fair.
doing. But
That's fair. I shut the door to the office and Peyton was joking that I locked him in the dungeon. And I was like, it's literally your office. You are fine.
Right.
I was like, you can come get food. Nobody cares. Goober.
It was
Yay.
fun. We'll do it
Thank you,
again
Sam.
on May
Yeah,
5th.
for sure. We certainly will be back for the Murray Live show on May 5th.
Absolutely.
All
I'm super
right.
hyped.
It's been real.
It's
Thank you,
been so
Richie. Thank
real.
you to
Absolutely.
everybody who's watched. Thank you to Sam
Yeah.
for hanging out in the chat and being a homie the whole
Yeah.
time. You're
Thank
amazing.
you to thank you to Mar, I believe it was, who went to bed hours ago,
Yes.
but hope you're getting a good sleep.
Yes, for sure. All right.
All right. Bye.
Bye.